Seong often wonders how anyone would feel if their life suddenly changed and they became the cherished child of a powerful rich family, and she imagines most people would see it as a dream where influence follows every step and luxurious privileges fall easily into their hands like blessings, because just thinking about a life like that seems enough to bring happiness. Yet reality proves completely different for her. She is known as the second daughter of Dae Joo's group, but she is really nothing more than an illegitimate child, someone whose existence should have remained hidden, and although she has lived quietly without causing trouble, she still cannot understand why everything has become so suffocating now, even though the answer feels painfully obvious whenever she is reminded of the position she occupies. She lives in a grand house large enough to inspire envy, surrounded by expensive clothes and fine things, but she does not exist in anyone's heart, and this hollow, meaningless life forces her to move quietly, like a shadow no one acknowledges. One weekend, she enters a room and inhales slowly, wondering why she is wasting her precious hours here when she only planned to show her face briefly before leaving with Jihoon. Yet earlier, he told her he needed to go on a sudden business trip, and even though the announcement startled her, he insisted he had an urgent meeting. When she arrives at the gathering, Jihoon's mother calls out impatiently, asking why she is taking so long, and Seong apologizes politely as she steps inside, thinking this is how she ends up spending the day beside her future mother-in-law. A sharp pain shoots through her foot from the heels she is wearing, and even in this uncomfortable moment, she cannot speak up, which makes her hate the pathetic silence she always forces upon herself. A little later, she stands beside the older woman while several elegantly dressed guests swarm around, offering warm greetings mixed with shallow compliments. One of them finally notices Siong and asks how she is, and she replies softly that she is fine, yet inside she feels distant, as if she is standing alone in a room full of strangers. She listens to the empty conversations and the artificial laughter that never seems to stop, and she thinks about how exhausting it is to exist among people who mistake politeness for sincerity. This world does not feel like hers, and she cannot understand why the after-party, filled with fake smiles and constant flattery, feels even more suffocating than the performance they watched earlier. Eventually, she slips away and walks out into the garden, where a large fountain glimmers under the light. She sits down, removes her painful heels, and sighs with relief as the tension eases from her sore feet. When she touches the cool water, she thinks about how it is trapped within the stone basin, unable to flow freely despite its nature, and she realizes she feels the same way, caught beneath expectations she never agreed to, submerged in a life she never chose. She no longer remembers what she once wanted or who she hoped to become, and all she can do now is endure quietly while pretending she is fine. Suddenly, she hears someone say, "Come here," and the voice sounds so familiar that she instinctively turns around, almost believing it might be Jihoon, but she quickly shakes her head because he is supposed to be in Busan for work. Feeling annoyed, she stands to return inside, thinking the couple nearby is far too bold, behaving intimately in the open without any shame. But when she approaches and sees them clearly, her heart freezes because the man kissing another woman is Jihoon. She tells herself she should not feel surprised, for no one has ever shown her true sincerity, and ever since she stepped into this unfamiliar world, every decision has been made for her without her opinion. She even expected something like this might happen one day, yet witnessing it so openly creates a humiliation so sharp she can barely breathe. The woman with Jihoon notices her first and whispers nervously that someone is watching, and when Jihoon turns around, irritation darkens his face until he sees that it is Seong, causing shock to ripple through him. The two lovers begin arguing, while Seong stands silently, feeling strangely detached as she thinks that even though she is only his fiancé through an arranged engagement, the very least he should do is apologize. Instead, he becomes angry, wondering why he had to get caught in this moment, and she wonders how he can be so shameless, acting as if he is the victim. Tears sting her eyes and her vision blurs as she sways slightly, losing her balance. But before she falls, someone catches her gently. When she turns, she sees a tall, strikingly handsome man, Tjun, steadying her with calm assurance. Mangju, the girl with Jihoon, looks startled to see him, and Tjun remarks that he had planned to make a business offer today, but will now withdraw politely given the circumstances. Siong wonders how they two know each other, and Mangju begs him to reconsider, insisting it was a mistake. But Tjun questions why he should overlook such disrespect. Jihoon then orders Tjun to take his hand off Seong, insisting she is his fiancé, even though he is the one who betrayed her. When he reaches toward her, disbelief rushes through her, and she slaps his hand away, telling him not to touch her. Humiliation flares in his eyes, and he lashes out by calling her an illegitimate child. Hearing this, Taejin holds her hand firmly and asks whether she wants to come with him. She hesitates, thinking she may be cornered and desperate, but not foolish enough to follow a stranger. Yet when Taejin asks whether she still has feelings for a man like Jihoon, she answers no. Something takes over her then, something she has never allowed before, and she hears herself telling him to take her away. For the first time in her life, she chooses her own impulse instead of obedience, stepping out of the shadows she has hidden in for so long. Jihoon explodes in anger the moment Siong is carried away, shouting after her and demanding to know where she thinks she is going. But Taejin ignores him completely and tells her calmly that with feet injured like hers, she probably cannot walk at all. Before she can protest, he lifts her easily into his arms, saying this is much better. Shock spreads across her face while Jihoon yells for Taejin to put her down immediately. Mangju clings to Jihoon's arm, trembling, and asks him what they should do, but Jihoon shakes her off violently and screams at Siong, warning her not to think she will get away with this and swearing he will not let it go. As Taejin walks away with her, Siong wonders if she has made a terrible mistake, yet she cannot take back the step she already took. When they enter the K hotel, Taejin remarks lightly that they will discuss their deal later. Confused, she looks at him, and he says he helped her, didn't he? And nothing in this world is free. Later that night, she sits alone in a large, luxurious room, glancing around at the elegant furnishings while the uncertainty inside her grows heavier. Taejin appears in the doorway and asks what she is so curious about, telling her to stay still because her feet are a mess. She insists she is fine, though she does not sound convincing even to herself. At the same time, she cannot shake the strange feeling that although she is sure they have never spoken before today, his presence feels strangely familiar. Then it hits her with a jolt. She has seen him before at several parties she attended with Jihoon. Taejin is the chief executive of the K Hotel, heir to the massive KCT group, and a man whose name constantly circulates in scandals involving politicians and celebrities. This is the same Taejin she had only observed from afar, believing she would never cross paths with someone like him. Yet here they are in the middle of an unbelievable moment. He sits before her, carefully bandaging her injured feet, and she cannot understand how her life has twisted so quickly. He studies her injury and asks whether she twisted her ankle on purpose or if she truly wanted to break it, because this looks worse than he expected. She insists it is fine, saying that although it looks horrible, it will heal quickly. Taejin scolds her, saying she always talks like that, telling others she is fine and pretending she will get better soon. She freezes, wondering how he could know her well enough to say that. He stands and tells her Jihoon is looking for her in the hotel lobby, yelling at staff and demanding to know where she is. Hearing this, she thinks anxiously that her family must have already found out by now and the chairman will undoubtedly blame her. She tries to stand and apologizes, saying she has troubled Taejin enough and should leave, thanking him for his help. She thinks she must go now because staying any longer might make the situation even worse. Taejin stops her and tells her plainly that if she leaves now, she will run directly into Jihoon. She pauses, torn, and answers softly that she does not have a choice. She thinks painfully about how she wants to break off the engagement, but knows she has no power to do it either. Without the chairman's approval, she is trapped no matter what she does. Taejin tells her that if what she wants is a way to avoid Jihoon, then he can offer her a solution. She stares at him, thinking a solution from him would surely cost something. She quietly asks whether this has anything to do with the deal he mentioned earlier, reminding him that he was the one who said nothing in life is free. Taejin smiles faintly and walks toward her, saying they seem to understand each other very well, which makes things easier. He tells her the solution is simple. She should stay the night here with him. Her breath catches and she asks what he means, unable to hide her confusion. He lifts a hand and gently touches her cheek, telling her it is exactly what it sounds like. She should stay here until Jihoon leaves. Then he leans close to her ear and whispers that if she was hoping for something else, They can do that too, if that is what she wants. Her face heats instantly, and she jerks away from him as embarrassment floods her. Of course, she thinks he was teasing her. How foolish of her to trust him even for a moment. She turns away, flustered, telling herself that she only wanted to change her life because she did not want to neglect herself anymore. But if she steps outside now and runs into Jihoon, she will be dragged right back into the suffocating prison she has lived in all this time. Is that really the future she chooses? Behind her, Taejun asks whether she truly believes he would offer something like this to someone he has no interest in. She stops, turning slowly as his words sink into her. If he is interested, if he is truly offering her a different direction even for one night, then perhaps she can take it. She whispers that she will stay. She knows she is stepping into something dangerous, perhaps even worse than the life she is escaping, but she also knows this is the only path that feels like freedom. Taejun looks at her seriously and asks if she understands what she is agreeing to. She nods, saying she will do what he wants, and thinks privately that even if this is reckless, it is still a way out of her suffocating present. He stares at her and asks why she wants this. She answers honestly, telling him she is also interested in him, and she wants him just as much as he wants her. The confession stuns him, and in the next moment, they find themselves entangled together on the bed as he leans over her and slowly begins removing his clothes. She thinks about all the people who used her, controlled her, and treated her like a puppet, and she wants to show them she is no longer theirs to manipulate. Lying beneath him, she whispers that this is what he wanted, isn't it? And tells him to take as much of her as he wants. He kisses her deeply and tells her that if she hoped he might let her go out of guilt afterward, she should abandon that hope now, because he does not go back on his words. From the moment their eyes first meet, Siong understands the meaning of the hunger she sees burning in Taejun's gaze, a silent intensity that makes her heart tremble even before he touches her. Choosing him as her card is a gamble, a reckless choice born from desperation and the need to escape the suffocating life tightening around her like invisible chains. He asks her if this is really what she wants, his voice steady and unreadable as he maintains control over himself, almost as if giving her one final chance to step back. But she lifts her eyes and answers yes, telling him to make her mind go empty, to make it so she cannot think of anything else, because at that moment, this is the only thing she can think of. This closeness, this surrender, this fleeting taste of freedom. She whispers for him to fill her completely, the words slipping out before she can reconsider, because it feels like the only way she can escape the exhaustion crushing her spirit day after day. Time passes quickly, under the night covered in shadows, and the room fills with soft, breathless sounds that echo off the walls and blur the minutes into something warm and consuming. After some time, they are lying on the bed, their bodies relaxed in the quiet that follows. Taejun rises slightly and studies her face. Seong is sleeping lightly, breathing softly, her head resting on his shoulder, as if this closeness is something natural, even though both know it is not. He murmurs under his breath, calling her name, Seong, Dae Joo Group's secret daughter, remembering how everything changed for her the moment the truth came out. Overnight, she shifted from an ordinary student working hard to pay her tuition to the hidden daughter of an elite, wealthy family, suddenly placed under a spotlight she never asked for. She became the subject of endless gossip, pity, envy, speculation, and yet she always stayed in the corner, timid, shy, a quiet wallflower who tried to shrink away from the world, even as it kept pulling her forward. He was half joking when he proposed the deal to her, expecting her to refuse or at least hesitate, but she held on to it like it was her last lifeline, using him desperately, almost fearfully, as if he was the only place where she could breathe. He wonders what she was thinking, what she saw in him, because he assumed this would be nothing more than a passing interest that faded after one night. Yet now, he finds his eyes searching for her again and again, lingering where they should not. He asks himself whether he will understand anything if he keeps her by his side, though he is not sure he wants the answer. The next morning, Seong wakes slowly, struggling to open her eyes as she feels a dull throb moving through her body. In a sudden rush, she remembers everything. She groans softly and whispers that last night was not a dream. Taejun, what a strange man. He teased her like everything was nothing but a game to him, yet he held her with surprising gentleness, almost like she was someone precious, someone he cherished, and now he is gone without a word. She tells herself not to feel disappointed, but her chest tightens anyway. She sits up abruptly, deciding she should leave before she embarrasses herself even more. She grabs her dress and gasps when she sees her stockings thrown aside, her dress wrinkled beyond reason. She mutters in panic, wondering where she can find an iron because a hotel this expensive should have everything. She is searching around the room when Tjun suddenly appears behind her and asks what she is looking for. She jumps, shocked to see him still here. He raises an eyebrow and tells her not to tell him that she planned to leave without a word. She freezes, trying to speak, but nothing comes out except fragments of startled breaths. She cannot understand why she thought he had left already. He tosses a folded fabric toward her and gestures toward the hallway, telling her there are clothes prepared for her outside, so she should wash up and absolutely do not think about slipping away. She stands there confused as he leaves the room, the door closing gently behind him. She finally goes to take a bath, sinking into the warm water as every muscle aches like it is screaming. She whispers to herself, asking how many times they even did it last night, and her face turns bright red. She scolds herself not to think about it again, but her mind refuses to listen. Why is he still here? Shouldn't a man like him be busy running a company? Does this mean he does not want it to be a one-time thing? Her cheeks redden even more. She shakes her head and says, no, there is no way. Or could it be he is planning to blackmail her? The thought horrifies her. Both possibilities seem terrible, and suddenly she wants to hide under the bathwater out of sheer embarrassment. When she comes out, she finds new undergarments and a beautiful dress placed neatly for her. She stares at them, whispering what all this is supposed to mean. The department stores are not even open this early, so where did he get these? And why would he give her such expensive things? Could it be he is paying her for last night? The thought stings. She is still the daughter of a powerful corporation, so maybe he feels obligated to compensate her. But that is not what she wanted. All she wanted was one night that could help her forget everything surrounding her life. She dresses and steps out. Tjun rises quietly when he sees her. She thanks him for the clothes, her voice soft and unsure. He says he was not certain what style she preferred, so he asked his secretary, and it seems to fit her well. She nods, unable to look him in the eyes. Then he tells her she will catch a cold with wet hair and calls her forward. She blinks in disbelief as he picks up a hairdryer, saying he will dry her hair for her. She stiffens, shocked. They only had a one-night arrangement, yet he wants to dry her hair himself. As the warm air brushes her neck, she thinks quietly that even her mother never did this for her, and she has no idea how to understand him anymore. Siong sits quietly as Tjun gently brushes her hair with his fingers, the warm strands slipping through his hands while a soft hum of the hairdryer fills the room. He wonders if he pushed her too far last night, if the intensity of their encounter was too much for someone like her, but every glance he casts at her shows a mix of vulnerability and quiet strength he cannot ignore. Siong's thoughts are just as turbulent, questioning why he is still here. Shouldn't he be busy managing the company, attending meetings, or dealing with the endless responsibilities that await a man like him? The situation feels impossible, awkward, and yet somehow intimate in a way she cannot put into words. A sudden knock on the door breaks the delicate silence. Tjun glances at her, explaining that it must be room service he had ordered earlier. Siong blinks, confused. Room service? She asks, her voice tentative. He nods and gestures toward the door, ordering them to come in. Soon, a luxurious breakfast is set before her, an array of dishes laid out like a feast: steak, lamb, lobster, and delicate side dishes, the kind of meal only a five-star hotel could provide. Tjun slices a piece of steak carefully and lifts it toward her lips. "Eat this before it gets cold," he says, his tone both commanding and gentle. Siong bites into it, her eyes wide as she wonders why he is doing this. He tells her to eat a lot because she is going to need energy later. Confused, she asks what he means by later, but he only smiles and continues feeding her, offering lamb, more steak, even other dishes one by one, ensuring she tastes everything. She grows overwhelmed, so full she can barely believe what is happening. Who would ever believe that someone would feed her so attentively, treating her with care that feels almost foreign? As she swallows, her mind drifts to the previous night. She smiles faintly, realizing she enjoyed last night, thanks to him. Tjun notices the change in her expression and asks, then does that mean she wants to continue seeing him? She freezes, shocked, and blurts, that's why they should forget about it. Both of them recoil at each other's words. What? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. Tjun counters gently, shouldn't he say that she should forget about it? She hesitates, torn, and then clarifies. No, she means her thoughts race. All she wanted was a night that could help her forget everything. The pressure, the stares, the gossips. Yet now he leans closer, asking if she truly wanted to continue too, reminding her that she was the one who said she would use him. Her heart flutters in shock. No way, she thinks. Why would he cling to her like this? He can have anything he wants, yet she only wants to escape. If he could help her, she would take his hand in an instant. Amidst these thoughts, she asks cautiously if he wants something in return. Her question makes him pause, slightly confused, and she adds that she knows he is not someone who does things for free, wanting to hear more about what he expects from her. After a while, Siong leaves the room, stepping into the elevator. Her mind is a whirlwind of thoughts, replaying the moment Taejun explained his conditions. Become his partner, he had said, and at first she thinks he means something superficial, a temporary arrangement. But then he clarifies he does not need a mere love partner. He needs someone completely on his side, someone who supports him in every aspect, someone immune to gossip and speculation about his private life. She begins to understand the gravity of what he wants. It is not about indulgence, it is about loyalty, devotion, and presence in every moment, from small social gatherings to the grand anniversaries of the K Hotel. A taxi stops and Siong slides inside, her fingers trembling slightly as she checks her phone. It vibrates and she freezes when she sees the notifications: 23 missed calls and 17 text messages from her mother. When she asked Taejun, what will she gain from this arrangement really? The flashback of Taejun's words echoes in her mind. Everything she wants is possible, but she must give herself entirely, in every aspect of life, not only in moments of intimacy. Returning to the present, she tells herself that now is not the time to dwell on those thoughts. Her parents must be furious. The chairman would have heard about last night by now. Security is always watching her, ensuring she cannot run away, yet here she is, contemplating an alliance with Taejun. Her thoughts are interrupted as she recalls the conversation in the hotel, where she hesitated and pointed out a problem he seemed to have overlooked. Taejun, confused, asks what she means, and she reminds him she is engaged to someone else. He tilts his head, smirking slightly, pointing out that she is not legally married yet, and questions why that should matter. If she had intended to continue her engagement, she would not have thrown herself into his arms the night before. He wants an answer, and she admits she needs more time to think. Before leaving his room, Taejun advises her not to delay too long. His patience is short, and he wants clarity soon. Siong nods, promising to contact him later, and thanks him softly for yesterday, a small smile tugging at her lips. Her heart is conflicted, both exhilarated and terrified. She wonders what her next step should be, knowing that every decision will carry consequences that ripple far beyond this moment. Finally, she reaches home, where her mother immediately begins yelling at her, furious that she did not return home the night before and ignored her calls. Siong replies quietly that she is tired, hoping to diffuse the tension, but her mother's anger only intensifies. She mentions Mr. Yoon's outrage, and Siong feels a pang of guilt mixed with frustration. Just then, her father calls, his voice sharp and scolding. "This is why one should never trust a fool," he says. The moment he takes his eyes off her, she does something reckless, and now she is sleeping with a fool like Taejun. Siong freezes, shocked by his words, yet she steels herself. Her father continues, noting that Mr. Kim visited and expressed a willingness to forgive her for the incident. Siong's face flushes with anger. Forgive her? Why should she want anyone's forgiveness? Her blood boils as she raises her voice, declaring firmly that she does not want this marriage. She will never marry Ji-hoon, and no one can force her into it. Siong listens to her father's voice rising, furious and sharp, calling her an ungrateful brat, the words like a whip across her skin. He grabs the ashtray in his hand and throws it toward her, the glass shattering on the ground, blood spreading across the shards. She staggers, feeling the sting on her forehead, her hand trembling as it touches the wound. Mr. Yoon adds to the chaos, calling her a worthless, ungrateful wretch, demanding why she refuses to marry. Siong thinks she should have the right to decide for herself, that this is not truly her marriage but a union between two powerful families. Her hands shake, looking at the blood on her fingers, and her chest tightens as her father continues, insisting it is a contract that must be carried out. Her mother steps in, trying to calm him, pleading softly, but Seong cannot take her eyes off her father. He glares at her, demanding why she looks at him like that, his anger so overwhelming it makes her flinch, and then he throws objects around the room, shouting at her for daring to glare at him. Her mother pleads again, telling him it is enough, but he ignores her, insisting that Siong, who went into a hotel with a man she just met, should be grateful that Mr. Kim wants her back, that she will marry Kim Ji-hoon, and that she should visit him tomorrow to beg for forgiveness. He turns to leave, muttering that fools like her will ruin everything, but Siong opens her mouth to speak, to resist, though her mother stops her, saying it is enough, that Mr. Yoon is right and that she must see Mr. Kim and apologize. Siong cannot understand why her mother does not ask her why she does not want this marriage, why no one acknowledges that Kim is the one who cheated on her. Her mother insists she must be mistaken, but Siong shakes her head in disbelief, saying that she saw him cheating with her own eyes. How can that be a mistake? Before she can continue, Mr. Yoon calls her mother, and she begins to leave with him, leaving Siong still protesting, saying she will not take this anymore. She cannot live like this for the rest of her life. Her mother looks at her, urging her to stop, pleading with her to calm down. And then she leaves with Mr. Yoon, leaving Siong trembling, staring at the door, trying to gather her thoughts. Night falls and Taejun sits in his car. He tells the driver to take him back to the hotel without answering questions about the board meeting. When the driver hesitates, he explains that as soon as his father announced his retirement, the board swarmed him like a pack of hyenas, calling themselves directors, and it was a complete waste of time. The driver argues that the chairman let him join the main board meeting, which should mean he supports him as the next chairman. Taejun snorts and asks if that really is what Chairman Ki is planning. He explains that those people are hell-bent on getting rid of him, and his father simply threw him into their hands and watched, showing support in the worst possible way. His thoughts shift to Siong, imagining how desperate she must have felt because she has no one to rely on, though she is cheeky and strong in her own way. He asks the driver to confirm the route, noting that it is not the usual way to the hotel. The driver says that because of the heavy rain, traffic on the normal route would be backed up, so he is taking a shortcut. Taejun's gaze drifts to the window and he freezes, spotting Seong standing on the road, drenched, her face pale and bloodied. He yells for the driver to stop the car immediately. She is bleeding, and his heart lurches. Suddenly, someone holding an umbrella steps out from behind her and calls her name. She recognizes the voice instantly and turns, shock and relief mixing in her wide eyes as she sees Taejun. He asks what she is doing there, and she wonders why she always runs into him at her worst, most miserable moments. She begins to speak, but before she can finish, her strength fails her. She collapses, losing consciousness, and he drops the umbrella instinctively, panic surging through him as he catches her in his arms. Taejun feels the weight of her limp body, the blood, the bruised expression on her face, and his chest tightens. He holds her close, his hands pressing lightly to support her, telling her to open her eyes, to stay with him. But her eyelids flutter weakly and close again. Her consciousness fades slowly, and the rain soaks both of them as he rocks her gently, whispering her name over and over. The moment slips into a quiet flashback, and Siong is once again a small girl in an amusement park, walking beside her mother with a worried expression as she asks why, if they are going to see her father today, she cannot call him dad because isn't he her real dad? Her mother answers softly that she simply cannot call him that yet, but one day she will surely be able to, and she tries to reassure her with a gentle smile. Then her mother's face suddenly brightens when Mr. Yoon appears ahead of them, and without hesitation she lets go of Siong's small hand. Siong stumbles when the hand slips away, watching her mother run toward him with an excitement she cannot understand. Her mother embraces him warmly while Siong calls out from behind, calling her again and again, telling her to wait, asking her to take her along, promising she will do anything, that she will be a good girl, begging her not to leave her behind. The memory dissolves into a soft ache. Back in the present, Taejun hears Siong mumbling in her sleep, whispering through her sobs for her mother not to leave her. He stands beside the bed, listening to her trembling voice, unable to say a word as he watches her chest rise in painful little breaths. She curls deeper into the blanket, and he realizes she is lost in a dream she has clearly lived too many times. He does not know what to do except stand there. A moment later, the door bursts open and Jong storms inside, breathless and alarmed as he asks what happened. And then he pauses when he sees Taejun standing unharmed. Taejun mutters that he was about to go outside searching for him, and Jong replies that he did not take that long and Jong should stop being dramatic. Then Taejun gestures toward the bed and tells him to just take a look at her. Jong moves closer, studying Siong with concern, saying that Taejun never brings a woman here. So who is she? Siong is breathing heavily, her forehead damp and her skin too pale. Tjun answers quietly that he did nothing. He thinks she was outside in the rain too long and she has a fever. Jung leans over and notices the cut on her forehead too, asking if someone hit her. Tjun, tense and frustrated, says he is not sure. Jung examines the injury and murmurs that it is not too deep and he can dress it here without a problem. Tjun simply tells him to take care of her and steps back while Jung begins treating her. Sometime later, Tjun stands by the window, his eyes fixed on the darkness outside, when Jung walks up behind him. Tjun quietly thanks him for coming, and Jung scoffs that he came because it was him. If anyone else had called for help like this, he would have cursed them instead of driving all the way here. Then Jung opens a can of cola with a loud click and asks whether Tjun has any idea how much an outpatient from a university hospital costs. Tjun says he will transfer the money, and Jung rolls his eyes and tells him to forget it. Then Jung glances toward the bed and asks if that is her, the woman people are saying Tjun ran off with. He asks what Tjun plans to do now. Tjun answers curtly that if Jung is finished drinking, he should go home, and he pushes him toward the door. Jung protests, saying he came all the way here for him and reminds him to give her the fever medicine later. Tjun shuts the door in his face, muttering that at least the uninvited guest is finally out. Late at night, he returns to the room carrying water and medicine, his steps quiet as he approaches the bed where Siong lies. He sits beside her, studying the exhaustion carved into her delicate features, and Jung's earlier words echo in his mind. This is a type of fatigue syndrome. She must be under extreme stress, and she needs relief more than anything, so Tjun should take care of her. While watching her, he wonders how terrible her life must be to reach this point, and the thought tightens something inside his chest. When Siong begins to cough weakly, he leans forward in alarm and quickly pours a little water into a spoon, believing she needs to drink. He tries to help her take it, but the water drips out of her lips because she is too weak to swallow. Her tired face makes him tense, and he hesitates before deciding quietly that he will have to do it another way. So he puts the medicine into his own mouth, leans closer to her, and with gentle care presses his lips against hers, letting the warmth of his tongue guide the medicine into her mouth until she swallows it. His face heats with an unfamiliar flush, and he sits there for a moment, unsure what he has just done, when suddenly her hand lifts and clutches the collar of his shirt. She pulls him down with surprising strength, closing the distance between them entirely. And before he can react, her lips meet his in a desperate, unconscious kiss. His breath catches as shock floods him. The kiss grows deeper as their breaths mix, and soon their tongues brush and curl around each other with a hunger neither of them tries to hide, until Tjun finally pulls back, leaving both of them panting as though the world has suddenly become too small for the air they need. He leans close to her again, studying her face with an unreadable expression, quietly wondering to himself what would have happened if he hadn't seen her that day. His thoughts slip instantly into memory, pulling the story back to that moment in the forest when he first saw a much younger Seong kneeling in front of a stray cat, whispering that the cat was lucky because it was free, because it could run whenever it wished, because she herself wished she knew how to escape. Watching her back then, he had murmured inside his mind that if she had known how to escape, the two of them would not be here like this now, and that was the very reason he was giving her the chance she once said she wanted. His fingers slide slowly through her hair in the memory, and he silently asks himself what exactly she is waiting for now. Night settles softly over the room, the moonlight quietly pouring through the window and touching their bodies as Siong lies in bed, thinking it has been so long since she last dreamed, and even longer since she had a good one. Tjun sleeps beside her, his presence close and strangely warm, and she whispers inwardly that the cold tone he once used, the harsh hands that pushed her away, and the back that turned from her have all drifted far from this moment. Instead, she feels only a gentle arm wrapped around her, an unfamiliar tenderness she doesn't know how to name. Morning arrives slowly with birds chirping outside. Siong stirs, nuzzling into something warm, and for a moment she allows herself to believe she is still dreaming. But then a sudden jolt runs through her body. She freezes, her heart jumping in shock, and as her eyes flutter open, she finds Tjun's face right in front of her. Her cheeks heat instantly when he asks in a calm voice if she is awake. She mumbles an apology, saying she was still half asleep, all while her thoughts twist in panic as she realizes the thing she was burying her face against was his chest. Her breath catches again when something pokes lightly against her under the sheets. Her startled gasp escapes before she can stop it, and she hesitantly lifts the blanket with one hand, looking down, then quickly glancing back at him. Taejun smiles faintly and asks why she seems so surprised, pointing out that this isn't the first time she has seen him like this. She turns away immediately, squeezing her eyes shut from embarrassment, and nervously asks if something happened last night, because she doesn't remember anything after she fainted. He teases her with ease, telling her that last night was amazing, and her entire face burns red. She clutches the sheets, wondering why she is suddenly wearing different clothes. Then Taejun abruptly lifts the sheet and moves over her, making her jump as his body blocks the morning light. He leans close and murmurs that since she is awake, they could continue from where they left off yesterday. She stammers that she doesn't know what he's talking about, but he only watches her with a teasing calm. Her thoughts race in confusion as she tries desperately to recall what happened last night, asking herself why her memory feels blank. His fingertips touch her forehead lightly, and he finally says, "Good, her fever went down." She blinks in confusion while he reminds her that she fainted in the rain yesterday. He asks if she remembers that much, and then asks whether she was expecting something else to have happened. She rushes to say she wasn't expecting anything at all. Taejun lets out a soft laugh, turns away, and tells her he'll be outside, so she can take her time. Once he leaves the room, Siong lets out a long breath and whispers that he scared her to death. She looks toward the small table, noticing the medicine and water he left for her, and quietly wonders if he took care of her last night. A shameful warmth rises in her chest as she mutters that she must have been crazy for thinking he had done something else. Later, she steps out of the room and finds him waiting. He says, "Come sit." He has made porridge, and the sight shocks her more than anything else. She sits slowly and asks why he is being so nice to her. He gestures at the table and asks whether this looks like kindness to her. She asks again, "If it isn't kindness, then what is it? Is it pity?" He repeats the word back to her with a raised brow, and she explains that she's asking because she doesn't understand his intentions. She wants to know whether he expects something from her. Taejun leans close, grips her shoulders firmly, and tells her the reason is simple. He cannot do anything he wants with her if she is sick. She stiffens as he moves behind her, wraps his arms around her, and says softly that she should get better soon because he doesn't like his patience being tested. His hand slips under her shirt, making her shiver, and he whispers that she still hasn't given him an answer. He asks whether she has forgotten, then says he will remind her this is not a bad deal for her, so he hopes she will answer him soon. After that, he seats her properly at the chair and tells her to take her time eating. Sometime later, Taejun receives a call. A voice on the other end informs him that a problem has come up. They received a call from a reporter who wants to publish a photo of the scandal between him and Siong. Siong lies quietly on the bed, the sheets warm beneath her, while Taejun stands nearby, fastening the last button of his coat. His voice is calm when he tells her he will be right back and that she should rest here for now. When he steps out, she stares at the door, thinking he said he would return soon, yet she can already sense how busy he must be. A sudden jolt runs through her body as she sits up, whispering to herself that she doesn't have time to lie here like this. Nothing has been resolved yet. She left her phone and everything else at home. The real nightmare will begin the moment she leaves this place, because the chairman will absolutely punish her. She imagines being dragged into that room again, forced to kneel for hours until she finally admits she was wrong. The fear tightens in her chest, and she mutters that she doesn't know what she is going to do. Everything feels like it is piling up around her, crushing her from every direction. Meanwhile, inside the car, Taejun listens as his secretary explains the secrets of the elite children, the savage, hidden world behind the pristine curtains of high society. He reports that they managed to stop the scandal from being published on the front page, though he isn't sure how much longer they can hold the reporters back. Taejun's expression darkens as he murmurs that if anyone would dare to push this story, it would be Kim Ji-hoon, the executive director of Hanwoo Textiles. He scoffs at the audacity of a man who thinks he can use him. He instructs his secretary to track down the employee who leaked the security footage, fire them immediately, gather any possible legal grounds, and sue them without hesitation. Because if he doesn't crush this now, Siong will be the one hurt by it. And that, he says firmly, is something he will never allow. His secretary watches him silently before adding that Taejun will need to stop by the main office as well. The chairman wants to see him. At the main office, a man sits in the chairman's seat. Taejun steps inside and remarks that he thought the the old man would have retired by now, but he still seems quite comfortable keeping the chairman position warm. The man turns, his father. He warns Tae-jun to watch his tongue, then informs him that he updated his will and that is why he summoned him. Tae-jun reads the document. If Ki Tae-jun does not marry within 3 months, he will be disqualified as heir. He sighs and asks whether his father really has to try this hard to irritate him. He insists he will marry when the timing makes sense. His father slams a hand on the desk and demands to know how many years he plans to repeat that excuse. Does Tae-jun plan to marry after he's dead? Tae-jun replies that he's perfectly healthy and jokes that maybe his father should hurry up and make him a younger sibling instead. His father flushes with embarrassment and calls him absurd. He warns that if Tae-jun refuses to comply, his uncle will inherit KCT Group according to the new will and the chairman will hand over all hotel shares as well. Tae-jun shrugs and says if the hotel is gone, he can simply work elsewhere. There are plenty of companies. His father grits his teeth and asks why he cannot see how desperate he is. He asks what Tae-jun's problem even is and whether he remembers how many women he has rejected already. Then his father narrows his eyes and asks about that photo. Tae-jun asks which photo and his father says not to play dumb, the one of him with Chairman Yoon's daughter. Until now, none of Tae-jun's scandals were real, so he assumed this one was also a lie. But Tae-jun, calm and straightforward, tells him this one is true. He is seeing Yoon Seong. His father stares in shock, asking why, of all women he chose her, a woman who is engaged, from a family led by a calculating, manipulative man. He warns Tae-jun that even if she is an illegitimate child, she is still part of that ruthless household. Tae-jun stands and answers coldly that he didn't ask for an opinion. He was simply informing him. He tells his father not to judge people he doesn't know and not to use tricks to manipulate him. His father calls after him, but Tae-jun ignores it and heads toward the door. Before he leaves, his father mutters that he knows Tae-jun must have a plan and he will wait to see what it is, but he shouldn't think he is bluffing. After the door closes, the chairman exhales deeply, still shocked by the stubbornness of his son. Evening falls. Seong gulps down wine, her face flushed, when Tae-jun finally returns. He looks at her and says it's surprising to see a sick person drinking alcohol. He asks whether she took her medicine. She nods weakly. He asks if she slept and moves closer to check her fever, but after touching her cheek, he mutters that he can't tell because she is already drunk. His eyes widen as he sees the empty bottles and asks whether she drank all of this alone. She apologizes and says she will clean up, but when she stands, her body sways and she collapses onto him. His face reddens as he holds her and mutters that she drank so much she can't even walk straight. He asks why she did this to herself. Her voice trembles when she answers that it's because she's frustrated with her situation, frustrated with his deal, frustrated that nothing is fixed yet. Then she looks at him with watery eyes and asks if she can really trust him. Tae-jun leans over her slowly, his voice low and steady, telling her that of course she can. Once their contract ends, she will be free, no longer bound or shackled by anything. He lowers himself closer, his breath warm against her skin, and tells her that if she accepts his offer, she will be his completely whenever and wherever he desires her. When he leans in and begins kissing her, his hand slipping beneath her shirt, her breath catches, and she tries to whisper for him to wait, but he only asks why. She murmurs that before they go further, she needs proof. Moments later, they sit beside each other, her face still warm, and he repeats the word proof, asking if she means she wants a contract signed. She nods and asks if that is too much to request. He tilts his head slightly, saying that putting everything on paper is one option, but if she is uncertain about being his partner, then why don't they simply get married instead? The suggestion leaves her stunned, and she turns toward him with disbelief, asking whether he is joking. All she wants is a credible way to confirm their agreement, nothing more. Meanwhile, a heavy thought circles inside her. His first proposal had been outrageous enough, yet now he is talking about marriage. She wonders what is going on in his mind. He asks what kind of agreement could be more credible than marriage and tells her she can include every detail she wants in the prenuptial, insisting it would not be a bad deal for her. She shakes her head and says, marriage is an important part of one's life and he shouldn't try to change someone's entire future on impulse. His expression hardens as he asks who said this was impulsive. She answers that if it isn't impulsive, then why is he suggesting something like marriage so suddenly? He sighs and explains that his father changed the will. If he doesn't get married within 3 months, he will be removed as heir. The hotel he personally managed, all his positions, the shares, everything will be handed over to someone else. He insists he doesn't care much about the KCT group, but he won't let anyone, especially an enemy, take the hotel from him. He reaches for the wine bottle and mutters that he is getting thirsty from all this frustration, hoping she left some for him, and she stares at him in shock. Later they sit together drinking. She says it still doesn't make sense to her, because if he is only worried about keeping his shares and titles, he could find someone better suited for such a marriage, someone who would be good for him. She adds that she doesn't want to be tied down to someone through marriage again. He gently grabs her chin, turning her face toward him, and tells her he has said this several times already. He genuinely likes her. If he must marry someone anyway, then he wants that person to be someone who won't hide anything from him. He doesn't want a fake relationship, not a performance built on lies, and he reminds her that he would have to be intimate with the person he marries to eventually have a child. Then he drinks again, saying he isn't a savage, so she knows he would never sleep with someone he doesn't genuinely care about. She asks softly if that is really all. He wants to marry her simply because he likes her and because this situation benefits him. She says it doesn't make sense. He replies that it makes perfect sense to him. Besides, he did say they would get married, but he never said anything about staying married forever. She wants to be free, doesn't she? She wants to escape the world completely. She freezes, staring at him, and asks how he knows that. He answers casually that he has his ways, and that this isn't the important part. She remembers the moment when he once told her she always talks as if she wants to run away, and she realizes he said it like he already knew her. She wonders how long he has been observing her, how much he actually knows. Back in the present moment, he tells her calmly that he will make her dream come true. When their contract ends, he will make sure no one can find her again. She feels a tremor deep inside as she wonders just how much of her life he has figured out. Then he asks again if this is enough for her. She thinks to herself that she originally believed their encounter would end after a single night, nothing more, yet somehow it has led here. She wonders whether she can trust him, then answers in her heart that she has to trust him. After a long silence, she finally tells him all right, she agrees, but he must promise her one thing. Promise never to let her go when the time comes. She lifts the wine and drinks again, trying to steady her nerves. He watches her with a slight smirk and tells her not to worry. Their contract will be a legally registered marriage with a prenuptial agreement. As his hand strokes along her leg, her body tenses. He leans closer and she quickly says that they cannot allow unwanted emotions to get involved. He must treat her as an equal, nothing more, and she will play the role he wants without owing him anything. He brushes his lips against her neck, licking lightly as he whispers that he understands. He says he will prepare the papers soon, do everything confidentially, and take responsibility for every possible complication. His hand slips beneath her shorts and he asks if this is enough proof for her. Then he tells her that if she wants to run away, this is her last chance. Without hesitation, she replies no, that she agrees and that they should go through with this. He kisses her deeply, and the night settles around them as their bodies come together. The contract sealed not with ink, but with the heat they share. In the stillness of midnight, when only the soft hum of the air fills the dim room, Siong lies awake beside Tjun and feels her thoughts spiraling again as she realizes they did it once more and wonders why she keeps letting herself fall deeper into something that feels dangerous and warm at the same time, asking herself if it is really all right to continue their relationship like this and why these thoughts suddenly rise inside her now when she should be resting. As she silently questions herself, Tjun moves closer and slips an arm around her from behind, holding her tightly as if he senses every shift in her heartbeat, and she whispers to ask him if he is awake, while he pulls her even closer without answering, making her breath catch because she can feel his warmth all along her back. She mutters that she should take a shower and tries to lift herself up, but he murmurs for her not to go and tells her to stay like this, and her face freezes because she feels him refusing to let her escape, even for a moment, so she stays still until eventually exhaustion overcomes her and she drifts into sleep while he lies quietly beside her with thoughts of his own. When her breathing finally deepens, Tjun slowly rises from the bed and picks up his phone, walking toward the far corner of the room to dial Jong. As soon as the call connects, Jong's teasing voice comes through saying, "Well, look who it is, Tjun, the man who only contacts him when he needs something." And Tjun answers with a tired exhale while Jong continues telling him not to act innocent when he knows he is only calling because he wants a favor. Tjun ignores his tone and says he needs him to ask his older sister about something, but Jong replies sharply that his sister is not Tjun's personal detective and that she has been busy lately since she is a certified investigator with the National Police, adding that Tjun already knows that. Tjun still tells him he needs information, and when Jong asks what exactly he wants her to investigate, Tjun finally says the name, Seong-A, and silence floods the call for a moment because Jong did not expect that. When Jong finally speaks again, he asks why Tjun wants that information, but Tjun only tells him to find everything he can about her and the Dae Joo group as soon as possible. The next morning arrives with the two of them sitting in the car together, and Siong keeps staring out of the window with anxious thoughts swirling because she wonders what her mother will say this time, while Tjun gently places his hand over hers and she flinches before he reassures her softly not to worry because he is with her. She murmurs a thank you and the driver announces that they have arrived. As she steps out of the car, Tjun tells her to go ahead because he needs to take a call, and she nods before walking toward the house. As soon as she disappears inside, he answers the call from Jong, who asks if he is absolutely certain he wants to do this, because Siong will not like it when she finds out he was digging into her background. Tjun replies calmly that he will take responsibility for that, then tells him to report what he found. Jong sighs and says Tjun already knows she is an illegitimate daughter who essentially raised herself, explaining that she took out student loans to pay for her college tuition because no one supported her, and that the chairman suddenly took her in only after she graduated, never acknowledging her at all before that, which means he realized she could be useful. Tjun frowns and asks what he means by useful, and Jong responds that it should be obvious. She was taken in so she could be sold into a marriage later. A marriage arranged like one would arrange the sale of property, and after that, she was kept on a leash so strict she could not even get a job. The words make fury grow inside Tjun as he asks if her mother really allowed that to happen, and Jong answers yes, probably the reason her mother is not interfering with her marriage now, and Tjun's anger only deepens. Jong then asks what Tjun plans to do with this information and whether he intends to blackmail her, but Tjun answers firmly that he did not ask for it for that reason. He ends the call by telling Jong he will repay him later and then slips the phone into his pocket while thinking to himself that now that he finally knows everything he needs to know, Siong will no longer be bound to obey her family. When he reaches the door of her house, loud, toxic shouting spills through the crack and he hesitates only for a second before pushing it open, and inside he sees her father yelling at her while her mother tries helplessly to calm him down. Tjun's expression darkens as Siong tries to resist her father's harsh words, and her father, growing more enraged, lifts his hand as if to strike her again. Tjun steps forward sharply and says he thinks that is enough, sir, and the room instantly freezes as Siong turns toward him in shock. Her father snaps back, demanding who dares to speak like that in his house. But the moment he sees Tjun standing there, his face falters, and he asks what he is doing here, calling him the one who caused all this trouble and demanding how he dares walk in like this, even calling him scum. Tjun only smiles coldly and says that once the man hears why he has come, he will regret calling him that, and then he steps forward and says calmly, "Please give Siong to him because they are going to get married." Siong stands frozen, astonished, as the words echo through the room. Mr. Yoon becomes furious the moment he hears Tjun announce their marriage, and he asks what marriage he is even talking about and whether the two of them are actually dating. Siong's mother stands frozen, just as shocked. Tjun calmly answers that yes, they are dating, but Mr. Yoon scoffs and says Tjun created all this chaos because of that, and he turns away while telling him not to make him laugh. He says he has had enough of his ridiculous jokes and orders him to get out of the house immediately. Tjun does not budge. Instead, he says he heard about what Mr. Yoon's son did. The words stop Mr. Yoon in his tracks and he slowly turns back with a stiff expression. Tjun continues, telling him to let Siong marry him and he will take care of that matter for him. Siong looks at Tjun in confusion, unable to understand what he means, but he only smirks slightly while the scene shifts back to the phone call he had with Jong. During that call, Jung tells him about the Dae Joo group and the eldest son, Yoon Seong-A, and how the man has gotten himself into a serious problem. Jung explains that it is bad, too bad to cover up easily, and Chairman Yoon seems completely lost on how to fix the situation. Tjun remembers the incident clearly, the crane collapse at one of the Dae Joo construction sites a few months ago. Many were injured and there were even fatalities. The public had been horrified after the accident, but despite all that, the investigation never produced any clear and definite results. Jung explains that Yoon Seong-A was behind the failure. They hired thugs to intimidate the victims and force them to sign silence agreements. After that, they bribed government officials in charge of the investigation so they could misrepresent the scale of the accident and hide the real level of damage from the public. Hanwol somehow obtained a video showing those thugs threatening the victims, and they are now using it as leverage to blackmail the Dae Joo group. Since Hanwol is struggling financially, they would obviously jump at such a chance, and Jung says they are probably planning to use Dae Joo as the foundation for their new business venture. In other words, he tells Tjun Yoon Seong-A is being sacrificed for her brother Yoon Seong-A. Now, returning to the present moment, Mr. Yoon looks at his daughter angrily and asks what she plans to do then. He demands to know whether she is going to cancel her engagement with Mr. Kim. Siong looks toward Tjun helplessly, but he gives her a small nod. After that, she looks back at her father and says yes, she will cancel her engagement and marry Tjun. Her father sighs deeply and mutters that he could never trust the quiet ones. He says he never imagined she would be so cunning and so vulgar. Siong tries to speak, but before she can, Tjun steps forward and tells Mr. Yoon that he hopes he won't repeat such things. He reminds him that someone else is responsible for starting all of this. He then takes a set of private photos from his jacket, pictures of Jiune being intimate with his girlfriend, and hands them to Seong's parents. Her mother's face fills with shock and embarrassment as she stares at the photos, while her father dismissively says a woman who marries a rich man should learn to ignore trivial matters like these. He says a man who has a lot to handle may cheat from time to time. His wife's expression changes drastically, and she begins to remember the past, her own marriage, and the excuses she once accepted. Tjun calmly says no, something like this should not be tolerated. Mr. Yoon angrily asks what Tjun wants him to do then, and Tjun replies that he has no other intentions. He simply wants Mr. Yoon to understand the reality of the situation, but Mr. Yoon still refuses to accept anything. Seong's mother finally loses her patience. She tells her husband loudly that he has said enough and should leave the room. She then tells her daughter to go upstairs to her room. Mr. Yoon stomps off with irritation, muttering that he never wanted things to become so complicated. As soon as he leaves, Seong grabs Tjun's hand and tells him to follow her. She takes him inside her room and asks whether he is out of his mind because all of this was too sudden. Tjun looks confused and asks what she means. When she says she is talking about their marriage, he apologizes for not telling her beforehand, but reminds her that they were going to get married anyway. She says she knows, but she did not want to announce it like this. She says she doesn't know what her brother did, but she will not blame Tjun because she brought all this upon herself in a way. Then she says they need to discuss their contract marriage. First, the time period. She suggests they stay married for 1 year. Tjun looks stunned and tells her that is too short because people will suspect something, and he asks what she thinks about 2 years instead. She thinks for a moment and then agrees. Tjun raises his hand and suggests they should announce their relationship soon. Before she can answer, he leans his forehead against her cheek gently while she says they have not even announced the cancellation of her engagement yet. He tells her not to worry because everything must be taken care of itself by now. Meanwhile, at another location, Jiune is staring at something in disbelief and shouting angrily, asking what the hell this is. Back to Siong, who stands with Tjun, still trying to understand what he meant when he said everything had already been taken care of, and she asks him quietly what he means by that, but he only replies in a calm, steady voice that she does not need to worry because he has handled it, and then he tells her he should leave so she can rest. She nods and says, "All right," yet before he turns away completely, he stops for a moment in the doorway, glancing back at her as if something still pulls him toward her, and he murmurs that before he leaves, he should at least say goodbye properly, so he steps closer again, lifting his hand to touch her cheek with a soft, deliberate motion while the warmth of his fingers brushes her ear before he gently presses a kiss against her forehead, and then he whispers a simple goodbye, leaving her heart racing so fast that she cannot speak as she watches him walk out. In his office, Tae-jun sits at his desk when his phone rings with a call from Jung. But before he can answer, he hears loud commotion from outside, and he becomes confused because someone is arguing with the staff about entering without an appointment. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Ji-hoon storms inside, with a secretary desperately trying to hold him back. And Ji-hoon looks furious, breathing hard as he demands to know what Tae-jun thinks he is doing. Tae-jun stands slowly, glancing first at his secretary and saying he didn't realize they were letting just anyone barge into his office, and the secretary apologizes, promising to remove Ji-hoon immediately. But Tae-jun tells him it is fine and that he will deal with him personally, only instructing the staff not to talk about this incident to anyone. Ji-hoon slams a stack of photos onto the table, pictures of himself being intimate with his girlfriend, and angrily asks if Tae-jun is ignoring him, demanding to know what he has been doing behind his back. Tae-jun replies with cool, almost bored composure that if Ji-hoon wanted to fool around like that, he should have been more careful, and he adds that he only returned the favor, asking if Ji-hoon has a problem with that. Ji-hoon's anger explodes and he charges at Tae-jun, but Tae-jun grabs his arm halfway, gripping him with a dark expression that makes Ji-hoon flinch as Tae-jun tells him that he is being given a chance to clean up his own mess and should be grateful the photos were not sent directly to the press. Then Tae-jun releases him only long enough to slap him across the face, sending Ji-hoon stumbling to the floor while Ji-hoon calls him a cocky brat and spits out that he thinks he is so great because he has KCT behind him, warning him not to think he can. But suddenly, Ji-hoon's phone rings loudly. Annoyed, he picks up and snaps, asking why he is being called right now, only to hear someone on the other end addressing him as babe and demanding an explanation. Ji-hoon freezes, confused, and asks what she is talking about, and then he looks at Tae-jun and sees that faint smirk. Tae-jun tells him it is better to share the joy, and Ji-hoon instantly realizes that Tae-jun sent the photos. On the phone, his girlfriend angrily asks why he sent the pictures to her father, saying her dad is furious, and Ji-hoon panics, trying to calm her and promising he will come immediately. Tae-jun tells him to go because both of them have a mess to clean up, dismissing him with an icy, "Get lost." Ji-hoon storms out, swearing that he will get back at him. After Ji-hoon leaves, Tae-jun immediately calls someone to ask where the chairman is, and he learns that there was a board meeting, so the chairman should be at the main office. Tae-jun orders his secretary to prepare the car, and soon he arrives at the main building where his father looks surprised and irritated to see him, asking what he wants this time. Tae-jun only answers lightly that a son does not need a reason to see his father, but his father laughs coldly and says he won't fall for that because Tae-jun only comes to irritate him, and it is unusual for him to visit this often. Before he can continue, Tae-jun interrupts and says he is getting married soon. His father chokes on his tea in shock and asks if he means Chairman Yoon's daughter. Tae-jun replies yes and that he came to tell him in advance. His father becomes irritated and says he warned him before, asking why he is rushing, demanding suddenly if she is pregnant, but Tae-jun quickly clarifies that she is not and tells him not to get excited. His father calls him an ungrateful child, but Tae-jun stands up, saying he should leave because he has done what he needed to do and that his father should keep his side of the deal. His father tries to stop him, saying he cannot just drop something like this and walk away, but Tae-jun leaves anyway, closing the door behind him. As soon as he steps out of the building, his phone rings again, and Jung warns him to get out of this while he still can, because the situation is far more complicated than he thinks and will demand time, risk, and his entire body and mind. And Jung reminds him that he does not even have a valid excuse to help her. Tae-jun says he has heard enough of the lecturing, cuts the call, and gets into the car. His secretary looks worried and asks what Tae-jun plans to do about Ji-hoon, and Tae-jun simply replies that they need to reorganize the entire hotel security before the overseas chairperson's event, because the hotel's reputation is at stake if anyone can break through security like Ji-hoon just did. Then he tells his secretary he can take tomorrow off since it has been a long time since he last drove a car himself. After Tae-jun comes by, Chairman Yoon never mentions what happened, and he does not scold Siong or lock her up, and her mother remains silent as well. After finishing a meal with her family, Siong goes back to her room and leans against the door, taking a deep breath, relieved but still tense. Suddenly, her phone buzzes and she sees Tae-jun's name. He tells her to come outside because he is parked in front of her house and wants to take her on a picnic. A picnic all of a sudden? She wonders, confused about what he could be planning. After a moment, she decides to get ready and steps outside, her face flushed and her heart racing, asking if he has been waiting long because she didn't expect him to actually come. He is standing there holding a basket, looking at her quietly, and she wonders if he is annoyed that she took so long to get ready. He frowns slightly, thinking she was sick with a cold just a few days ago, yet she comes outside wearing something so thin. He takes out his coat and drapes it over her shoulders, insisting she wear it, and though she protests, he gently tells her to get in the car, and once inside, he helps her with the seatbelt. Her cheeks flush as he leans over her, and she cannot help but feel nervous, but he reassures her that they are just going to get some fresh air together. She nods, though her mind spins, wondering how she can relax when they barely know each other. He tells her that it is just a show to help speed up the process of breaking her engagement, and if they do it right, it might be as if she was never engaged to that man at all. She nods hesitantly, still unsure what he means, and he simply smiles. When they arrive at the park, she hesitates, worried there are too many people around, and he points out that exactly makes it the perfect spot. They sit down on the ground, and he drapes a light blanket over her legs, which makes her thank him softly, and he says not to mention it, glancing at the basket. She asks if he prepared it himself, and he lets her imagine that he did, though he remembers his secretary had prepared it. As they reach for the food at the same time, their hands bump, and her face turns red. He notices and quietly tells her that right now, people want them to put on a good show. She looks behind the bench and realizes they are being recorded, and asks what they should do in front of the cameras to satisfy them. Without hesitation, he kisses her, and the kiss deepens naturally, lingering, soft yet urgent. When they finally pull away, he teases her, noting that he thought she would just pretend, but her kiss was quite aggressive and she blushes, worried she overdid it, while he reassures her that it was not too much. He mentions that a month from now might be good for the wedding, and she protests that they haven't even convinced her parents yet, but he reminds her that KCT is on a different level from Dae Joo and Hanwol, and he can handle it. He even plans to help her brother if needed. She asks if they know about this, and he calmly says that he already told his father, and she wonders if he is doing this out of pity. But he notices her hesitation and tells her not to overthink it, explaining that when the reporters publish the photos, Hanwol cannot stop them, and some might even try to make the first move, while Jiune might attempt something similar. Siong feels speechless, confused by Taejun's actions, and she doesn't understand why he suddenly invited her on a picnic and now wants to fix their wedding date, clearly scheming something. He says he has even been thinking of asking his mother to help plan the wedding, and she hesitates, noting she hasn't introduced herself to his mother yet, but he reassures her that she will be delighted to help, telling her not to feel intimidated, hesitate, or look back, that they've come this far, and all she has to do is look ahead and step forward. His words are warm and gentle, making her blush and filling her with both hope and confusion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jihoon's father scolds him angrily for wasting an opportunity and humiliating the family, reminding him that Mr. Ha was here and wants him to marry his daughter. Jihoon freezes, realizing the gravity of the situation, and his heart races as he contemplates what he must do next. Jihoon mutters to himself, shaking his head in disbelief, thinking it's ridiculous that they agreed to just have fun and not interfere in each other's personal lives, yet here she is, daring to think she can have Hanwol. He glances at his father, who is fuming inside, wondering how someone could be so shameless, always desperate to climb the social ladder and now trying to take advantage of this opportunity. His father, frowning, thinks that as a parent, Minju's father should feel ashamed of her scandal, yet he had no shame at all, and probably believes he can turn this to his favor. Jihoon can't contain himself and blurts that this is absurd, reminding his father that Eunhwa has been rising through the ranks lately, but they are no match for them, and after all the work Dae Joo put in, how could anyone think they can be challenged like this? His father slams his hand on the table, demanding what his son suggests. They are the ones in the photos, and he knows the chairman won't ignore this. Jihoon insists that the chairman cheated on his wife too, so why would he question having another partner? His father groans, realizing the old man isn't picking up his calls, and Jihoon's mind darkens as he wonders what scheme the chairman is planning that could dismiss them so easily. If that video were published now, Dae Joo's stock would plummet, and Seong-A, his son, would be questioned again. They should be trembling, he thinks, amazed the chairman dares to ignore them. His father mutters that they need to figure out how to postpone next month's bills, and Jihoon, his face now a storm cloud, tells him that he has a plan. Meanwhile, in the car, Seong gazes at the sky, marveling at how beautiful it looks today. Taejun watches her quietly, then tells her they have arrived, and she thanks him softly for driving her home. He starts to speak about doing this properly next time, but before he can finish, a knock on the car window startles her. Confused, she asks the man outside what he wants, and he says the chairman wants both of them inside immediately. Inside the house, Mr. Yoon motions for them to sit on the sofa side by side. Chairman John begins, mentioning that Mr. Kim, the chairman of Hanwul, called and is willing to hear their thoughts before moving forward, asking what they suggest regarding Seong-Yu's issue. Taejun calmly replies that they should act according to the law, allowing Seong-Yu to be properly questioned and figure out an agreement on his own. Mr. Yoon fumes, insisting this isn't a joke, demanding how Taejun thinks he can turn his son into a laughingstock. Taejun remains composed, explaining that keeping everything confidential is the right thing to do, and if Seong-Yu accepts his punishment, the evidence Hanwul has will be useless. Mr. Yoon narrows his eyes but slowly asks if he means they should admit everything and get it over with quickly. Taejun nods, reasoning that Hanwul obtained their evidence through illegal means, so they will be the ones at a disadvantage. Mr. Yoon pauses, then agrees to call Chairman Kim, but Taejun adds that he needs to help them marry as soon as possible, so the investigation can be closed once the wedding is over. Later that night, Taejun leaves the house and Seong runs after him, trying to keep up with his movements in her mind, recalling every detail, telling herself she should not apologize anymore because he is giving his all and will get back just as much. He reassures her silently, and she reminds herself not to pay attention to whatever the news articles say tomorrow. Taejun departs, promising to call her later. The next morning, Seong wakes to her phone ringing and wonders who could be calling so early. She answers, and it is Jahan asking if she saw the news and telling her to meet him immediately at the coffee shop near her house. Her eyes widen as she checks the article, shocked to see the headline about the marriage between Taejun and Mangju. Her heart races as confusion floods her. What is going on? The scene shifts to the cafe where Seong arrives, slightly breathless, to meet Jihoon, and the moment she walks in, he looks up with irritation tightening his expression as he asks why she is so late and whether she has any idea how long he has been waiting, adding that she must have seen the news. She sits down quietly, and he tries softening his tone, asking if she is angry because he can explain, insisting this is all for there. But before he finishes, she cuts him off, her voice steady, as she asks, "Explain?" And he freezes when she tells him she has no intention of listening to whatever he has planned to say. Not today, not when she is in no mood to hear excuses. Her refusal shocks him, but she continues calmly, telling him that if he had wanted to explain himself, he should have done so on the day she saw him with Mangju, and she reminds him that she came here solely to say this in person. "Congratulations on your marriage." His face twists with disbelief and anger, the words hitting him harder than he expected, and she adds that he should stop calling her from now on because she doubts Mangju would appreciate his habits, and as an executive director, if any reporter saw them like this, it would create trouble for both of them. His jaw clenches as he grits out that she thinks she can threaten him, but she rises from her seat without hesitation, telling him to take her words however he wants, and that if he has anything else to say to her, he can speak to the chairman instead. She turns to leave, saying goodbye as she walks away, and Jihoon jumps from his seat, furious, telling her to stop, but in his rush he bumps the table, sending hot tea spilling across his clothes. He curses under his breath, staring at the mess, muttering that he is completely screwed. Meanwhile, at the corner of the street outside, Seong pauses, breathing unevenly, as she tells herself she did the right thing, repeating it like a quiet mantra, feeling her chest tighten and release all at once. She thinks about how, when she was with Jihoon, she felt as if she were walking on thin ice every single day, afraid that the slightest misstep would make everything shatter. She remembers always being cautious of people's judgment, always watching her words, her steps, her expressions, trapped in a life where she could not control even the smallest part of herself. What suffocated her most was the constant awareness that the world around her kept closing in, expecting things from her she could never give. The world itself has not changed, she admits, but somehow the weight pressing on her chest feels lighter than before, as if something has finally begun to loosen, and she wonders if maybe, just maybe, this change is happening because of Taejun. She wanders into the park and takes a seat on a bench, unsure how long she has been walking, and as she looks around, she realizes this is the same park she visited with him. The memory of their kiss flashes into her mind, warm and uninvited, making her wonder why she keeps thinking about him like this. Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice calling her name, and when she looks up, Tjun stands in front of her, slightly breathless, asking why she wasn't answering her phone and what she is doing alone out here. Her cheeks heat as she explains that her phone was on silent, and she didn't notice his calls, and he sits beside her, reminding her that she told Mr. Lim she wouldn't go far from home. She asks how he knew she would be here, and he replies that during their last visit, she looked as though she didn't want to leave. He remembers the way she kept glancing back at the park while walking away, and he had quietly decided he should bring her here again someday when no one was watching. Now, in the present, he tells her he has never seen her look like she did that day, so he came here on a hunch. His voice is calm, steady, almost too gentle, and it pulls something inside her loose. She looks down at her hands before asking if he can spare some time for her tonight. Later that night, the two of them sit together on the balcony, sharing wine beneath the faint glow of city lights. Tjun watches her closely, saying she seems troubled, and suggests that a drink might help ease whatever is weighing on her. She thanks him softly before asking if he already knew everything, including the news that came out earlier today. He answers yes, admitting he probably didn't explain all the details to her, and then tells her gently that the decision announced today was the only move Hanwol could make because the company is drowning in debt while Eunhwa still has cash to spare. She nods slowly, understanding more than she lets on, and says he stopped Hanwol from using her, didn't he? She may be obedient, she tells him, but that doesn't mean she is ignorant, and she knows Jihoon would never give up so easily unless someone stronger forced his hand. Then she looks at Tjun and asks why he is doing all this for her, insisting she is not worth the trouble he keeps taking. He studies her silently before reminding her that he already told her he will get what he wants. She holds his gaze and replies softly that she will give him what he wants. He reaches out, intertwining his fingers with hers, his touch slow and deliberate as he strokes her hand, and he murmurs that they should go inside. They move together, the world quiet around them, and when their lips meet again on the sofa, the moment unfolds gently, slowly, the tension melting as their closeness deepens. After they finish, Taehyun gently pulls a sheet over Seong and she thanks him softly, even though her thoughts are spinning because she cannot move a muscle. He settles beside her and asks in a quiet voice if what she said earlier was true, if she really felt good, and she admits that she guesses she did, while internally cringing because she cannot believe she blurted something like that out loud. Before she can think further, he suddenly lifts her into his arms as if she weighs nothing, asking in a teasing tone why they don't continue in the bed instead, which shocks her so much she stammers that she cannot possibly go through it again, not right now. The next morning, she wakes before him, thinking she might have a few peaceful seconds, but he opens his eyes too and asks gently if she slept well, to which she replies yes, while wondering when he even woke up. He studies her carefully and asks how she is feeling, and she tells him she feels a little refreshed, and he nods as if relieved before saying, "That's good, because they need to move on to the next step." His mother wants to see her for dinner, and she nods immediately, saying she will get ready. He stands, saying he will leave first and another driver will take her back later. Then he pauses at the door and asks if she needs anything else. She looks up at him, her cheeks turning red even though she tries to hide it, and she tells him quietly to take care. Hearing this, he becomes visibly flustered, turning his head away as if embarrassed before murmuring all right. She says she will see him at dinner, and once he leaves, she wonders if she should not have said that so openly. The scene shifts to Jihoon, who is grinding his teeth as if trying to break them, muttering to himself that Seong has changed overnight. How dare she talk to him like that, as if she thinks she is some kind of princess now. His frustration is simmering when his phone rings and he picks up only to hear Mangju's voice. He calls her a leech of a fiancé, but she snaps back for him not to be rude, reminding him that they have always been a good match and even a good pair in private. and he has nothing to lose in this marriage. He scoffs, asking if she thinks they are equals now, and adds that she is still just the daughter of a rundown corner shop. Mangju stiffens at his words and tells him to stop being childish because she doesn't care what he thinks. Their parents will have dinner together soon and she will see him then, and she hangs up. Jihoon slams his phone on the table, furious, wondering how things reached this point. He was so close to having everything, and now it is slipping away. He refuses to accept any of this and tells himself he must bring Siong back to his side no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Mangju is at home fuming because she cannot believe Jihoon yelled at her like that. In reality, this entire situation hurts her family, and they are doing their best to save a sinking ship. She believes he should be grateful because her family is the one trying to keep things together. She wonders aloud if he is honestly still hung up on that girl, and the thought alone makes her angrier because she knows Tjun is involved now and nobody can win against him. She slams her hand on the table again, asking why Tjun even showed up at that moment. She almost got caught because of him. This is all her father's fault anyway. A flashback comes to her mind, her father's firm voice telling her that he will send the pictures of Seong and Tjun straight to the chairman. The game has changed now. Their prize is not KCT anymore, it is Hanwol. Her father's words echo in her mind, telling her it is better not to get involved with someone so calculating, that she needs to play her cards more wisely. In the present, she rises from her seat, taking a deep breath, and opens a drawer, eyes falling on the photo in it. Tjun is scarier than she imagined, she thinks, and now there is no voice but to persuade Jihoon. She hopes he will not cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Jihoon stands before the KCT team, a low chuckle escaping him as he says, "The time has come to move forward," his dark satisfaction hidden behind a calm exterior. As evening arrives, Siong is startled to see Tjun waiting for her in person. She had expected a driver, not him, yet he smiles and explains that he managed to free some time and guides her to the car. As they drive, he reminds her that they need to plan carefully before meeting their parents. Their parents will not be fooled by any sudden change of his heart about the marriage, and they cannot reveal the full story. They must give only part of the truth, how they met like ordinary people and happened to like each other, so no one will suspect that they have been seeing each other for a long time. Seong nods silently, understanding the delicate balance of their deception. Tjun emphasizes that they don't really have a choice and must pretend, even if the act is imperfect, to keep appearances intact. The car pulls up at their destination, and Tjun opens the door, gesturing for her to step out. He notices her hesitation and asks if she is nervous. She hesitates, but then he takes out a small box. Curiosity flashes in her eyes as she asks what it is, and he explains that it is her ring. Of course, they need to pretend a proposal happened. His mother will surely question them if there is no ring. Seong had not considered this. He tells her he hopes she understands that he had to make the choice without consulting her first, adding that she can select their wedding bands later. Gesturing for her hand, he carefully slides the engagement ring onto her finger and remarks that it fits perfectly. She looks down at the sparkling diamond, cheeks flushing, wondering if the ring is too extravagant, how many carats the stone has, and whether she should truly accept it. Tjun notices her concern and reassures her that it does not carry any specific meaning beyond pleasing his parents and fulfilling part of their agreement, reminding her that she will also have to fulfill her side. Seong nods softly and murmurs her consent. Tjun smiles, telling her not to be nervous because he is there with her, and he leads her inside. The moment they step into the house, he announces their arrival to his mother, who greets them warmly, welcoming Seong. She introduces herself politely, and his mother responds that although the chairman intended to meet Seong at the official dinner later, she invited her now to make a proper introduction, hoping Seong does not take offense. Seong reassures her that everything is fine, though she feels a mixture of nervousness and admiration in her chest. Tjun's mother smiles gently, explaining that she prepared light refreshments rather than a full meal to avoid overwhelming them, and invites them to sight. Tjun asks after his father, and she replies that he is in the study attending to urgent business and will be a little late, hoping they will understand. Seong nods and settles in, feeling a quiet relief as a servant serves tea. As they sip their tea, Tjun's mother admits that she was worried when her son announced he intended to get married, which sparked her curiosity even more. She asks him why he is eager to rush into marriage, suggesting that perhaps it is a show for his inheritance and seeking confirmation. Seong freezes as Tjun's father walks into the room. He looks around, asking what everyone has been talking about without him. He glances at his wife and says he should have been called when they arrived. She shrugs, saying he was busy. Seong quietly says hello, and Tjun tells his father they've been waiting for him. He nods and tells them to sit down. Then he asks why the two decided to get married. Tjun hesitates, unsure what to say, but Seong answers first. She says it's true. They are marrying because of his inheritance. The honesty surprises both the mother and father. Seong adds that this is enough reason. She explains that their marriage is about helping each other and making a careful decision, not rushing into it. The mother looks at her, a little confused, asking if she means they are marrying for other reasons besides love. Seong nods calmly, saying they thought about it carefully and want to make a practical choice. Taejun's father laughs loudly, clearly amused. He tells his wife Seong is very practical, just like she was when she was young. The mother shakes her head, saying now is not the time to talk about the past. The father insists he's not saying it's bad. She was careful and smart in her decisions too, and he married a rich man for reasons he understood at the time. Then he turns to Taejun and Seong, asking them to promise to help each other. Seong nods immediately, and Taejun looks surprised at how confident she is. His father asks when they want to hold the wedding. Taejun says as soon as possible. The father raises an eyebrow, asking if it can really happen just because he wants it. Taejun calmly replies that he's been the one delaying things, so there's no need to wait. His father frowns slightly but seems to understand. Seong watches quietly, a small smile forming on her lips. Later, when it's time to leave, Taejun's mother reminds him it's late and tells him to take Seong home safely. He agrees immediately. She then turns to Seong, saying they should plan an official dinner soon and asking if she should contact Seong's mother first. Seong smiles and says yes. In the car, Taejun mentions that his mother seems to like her. Seong asks if he's serious. He nods and explains that even his father agrees, though his mother was initially worried because of the family's past connections with Manhwa foods. Seong remembers what Mangju had hinted about before and finally understands. Taejun talks quietly about the day, saying he wanted to reject her at first because he felt forced into the situation, but he was surprised that she explained their contract the way she did. Seong calmly says that she only followed the plan he suggested, sharing part of the truth to protect both of them. Taejun nods, realizing she did exactly what he asked. They reach Seong's home and Taejun prepares to leave. He promises to call when the papers are ready. Seong tells him to drive safely. Before stepping away, he reaches out and gently touches her face, praising her for handling the day so well. Seong's cheeks turn red and she shyly says she should go inside. As she walks toward her home, she can't stop thinking about why she feels so flustered. She knows she shouldn't feel this way, yet she does. Inside, the secretary greets her, noting that she just got back. He mentions that her brother left a short while ago, apparently looking for her. Seong is confused. She didn't get a call, but says okay anyway. She tells her parents she is back. Her mother asks why she's home so late, and Seong explains that she had dinner with Taejun's parents. Her mother asks if she really plans to marry him. Seong heads to her room, asking if it's too soon to decide such a thing. She mentions her past with Jiune, pointing out that she didn't even know him properly back then. Her mother flinches at the memory, but Seong leaves, saying the chairman has already approved it, so her mother's opinion doesn't change anything. Seong wonders if her brother tried to stop her and asks if he wanted her to go back to Jiune. Her mother says he's just worried about her. Frustrated, Seong snaps, thinking that worry doesn't match what he caused. She tells herself she won't let anyone control her anymore. She slams her door, feeling determined. Later, in the bathtub, Seong takes a deep breath, feeling like she can finally relax. But even as she breathes out, she knows it's not over. She doesn't fully understand Taejun yet, and she hates how complicated everything is. Her life isn't better than before, and she feels trapped in the situation. The next morning at the office, the secretary approaches Taejun with urgent news. It's about the Hanwul wedding. They plan to hold it at their hotel. The secretary asks Taejun if he should tell the clients that the hotel is fully booked, but Taejun shakes his head and says no, let them proceed with their plan, giving them whatever they want, decorations or anything else, and don't forget to advertise it properly, because this is a business and they have to satisfy the clients. The secretary nods, understanding, and hands him an envelope saying that they will need to reschedule a booking for an international state visit because Prince Jamil's team contacted them and says he will visit earlier than scheduled. Taejun frowns, confused, asking what he means and when the visit is. The secretary replies it is next Friday, which is earlier than planned. Tjun, looking tired, thinking that his hands are already full with the wedding plans, but an international state visit cannot be ignored either. He thinks about Alris, a small country with beautiful nature and rich resources, a place not well known in Korea, which has recently started accepting outside investments. Prince Jamil, the guest coming this time, is not yet in power in Alris, but building a good relationship with him will be crucial not only for the hotel, but also for KTC's expansion into the Middle East. Tjun then instructs his secretary to figure out which floors are available and to make arrangements for guests who need to move their bookings, making sure to give them sufficient compensation, and to inform all team leaders to adjust schedules even if they have to stay up all night. The secretary nods, almost crying under the pressure, and says he understands. Tjun then hands him a paper, telling him to call a shop immediately to get samples of party dresses, requesting them to arrive at the hotel by the evening because Siong will be wearing them and they must be the very best. Siong arrives at the hotel to meet Tjun, and the secretary tells her she can go upstairs first, saying that Tjun will join her soon. She thanks him and steps into the elevator, her mind racing as she wonders why Tjun called her to the hotel so suddenly. Is there a problem with the wedding? Did his parents change their minds? She berates herself for thinking like this, telling herself not to worry about something that hasn't happened yet. As the elevator doors open, she hears a familiar voice saying it's been a while and that he didn't expect to run into her here. She turns and finds Jihoon standing there, his words implying that they might see each other more often now that she is marrying the hotel owner. He tells her they need to talk, but she quickly says she has nothing to talk about with him and demands that he leave. He steps closer, but she forcefully holds her head high, asking if he really wants to cause a scene here, and silently deciding that she should not give in. She tells herself to stay calm, remembering Tjun's words that there is no need to be nervous because he is with her, and she repeats it mentally, steeling herself for whatever happens next. Without warning, she kicks Jihoon's leg, causing him to fall to the ground, and warns him that this is her last warning. If he dares to touch her like this again, it won't be his leg next time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mangju is on the phone, growing increasingly angry as she hears Jihoon shouting about where Siong is going and demanding that she come back. She goes to check on him and finds Siong. Mangju walks over to Jihoon, asking if he is okay and what happened, her anger barely contained, scolding him to get a grip because she is the one marrying Tjun, not Siong. Jihoon tries to step aside, but he declares that he will make sure to destroy both Siong and Tjun. Mangju keeps calling him back angrily, but he doesn't listen to her. She becomes more furious, muttering that Siong is just a spoiled girl, and how dare she humiliate her? How dare she make her look like fool? Back in the elevator, Siong is breathing heavily, trying to calm herself as she wonders how she acted so boldly just now. She asks herself if her courage comes from not wanting to be a burden to Tjun, or if she is relying on him more than she should. She remembers what Tjun told her, that this is part of their deal and that she must do her part. She tells herself that she cannot get her hopes up because their relationship is based on a contract and nothing else. As she walks, lost in thought, she accidentally bumps into someone, and before she can react, she feels strong arms catching her. Tjun stands before her, saying he heard she had arrived but hadn't gone upstairs yet, so he was about to look for her. He asks what she is thinking about so deeply that she wasn't even paying attention to where she was going. Her heart races uncontrollably, and she feels herself losing balance. But Tjun holds her steady in his arms. She can't stop wondering why she feels like this whenever he is near, why her body reacts like this, and why she keeps falling for him, even though she knows their relationship is only a contract. Siong apologizes quickly, saying she just tripped, and Tjun tells her calmly that she should be more careful and then gestures for her to come this way. She follows him, her steps hesitant, and asks why he called her to the hotel today, her voice carrying a mix of curiosity and unease, while he leads her through the hallway, saying nothing but keeping a steady pace. When they enter the room, she pauses, surprised to see two girls waiting for her, smiling and saying that they've been expecting her, and her eyes widen as she takes in the sight of the room filled with dresses, racks upon racks of gowns and accessories neatly arranged, each one looking more elaborate than the last. Taejun tells her he prepared everything in a hurry, so he isn't sure if she will find something she likes, his expression calm but carrying a hint of anticipation. She blinks, confused, asking what all of this is for, and he explains that these are the dresses she will wear for their hotel founding celebration party, and he forgot to mention that she will need to greet some foreign officials right after, so they will be very busy, but they also have to prepare for their wedding, which is why he thought announcing their engagement at the party this weekend would be perfect, as many reporters and important figures will be attending, and by announcing it then she will officially be free from her ties with Hanwoo. She becomes silent for a moment, looking at all the dresses and thinking to herself that the answer has already been chosen for her, but she guesses she should be grateful that he at least asked for her confirmation. And after a brief pause, she nods and says all right, signaling that they can begin checking the dresses. As they go through the first few gowns, Taejun asks her what style she prefers, and she shrugs, saying anything is fine since she hasn't picked her own outfits for years, always wearing whatever Mr. Lim chose for her, and she thinks he knows fashion better than she does, which makes him momentarily speechless. He hands her a few dresses, one after another, asking the girls to help her try them on, and she wonders silently why he seems a little tense all of a sudden, but she doesn't ask. After stepping out in one of the dresses, she asks him what he thinks, nervously twisting the hem and feeling self-conscious, saying she's never worn something like this before and wonders if it isn't too revealing and that she looks weird. Taejun stands up, his gaze steady, making her face flush red, and she wonders why he doesn't say anything, whether she looks really that strange. She asks again if it's weird and prepares to step back to change, but before she can move, he gently grabs her, saying that this dress looks quite risque, but not bad, his voice low and dark, and she freezes, feeling his hands brush against her, and quietly asks if he can move them because there are other people present. Taejun glances at the girls, telling them that they can leave so that he and Seong can try the remaining clothes alone, and she blinks, confused as the girls quietly leave the room. Once they are alone, he tells her to pick another dress while he watches, thinking to himself that he cannot allow anyone else to see her like that, his protective instincts rising. She asks what he meant, and he looks at her with a dark expression, saying that he liked this one, but it is an official event, so she should wear something more sedate, making her speechless as she processes his words. She thinks to herself that he sounds cold again, and she wonders if she had just imagined that he sounded warmer and kinder before, and an unexpected fear grips her as she realizes she cannot see clearly yet. But the movements they shared just now were gentle and warm, a quiet reminder that she can wear this and attend the party without worry. Taejun turns toward her, asking what she thinks, but she doesn't respond, lost in her thoughts, and slowly walks toward him, saying that she is a bit tired and that she has had enough with the dresses for now and wonders silently if he will hold her. She tells herself that at least in his arms, she can forget about reality for a moment, and when he draws her close, she leans against him, feeling a fleeting sense of safety, telling herself quietly that she doesn't want to think about anything else, just like that time before. Their bodies press together, and after a brief pause, they kiss, the warmth and intensity of the moment overwhelming her, and he begins removing her clothes gently, his movements tender yet deliberate, and she feels a rush of emotions that leave her breathless. She thinks to herself that maybe all of this is the wrong choice, that she doesn't know what will happen afterward, but in that instant, she doesn't care anymore, letting herself be consumed by the moment with Taejun, feeling a strange mixture of fear, desire, and relief. At first, Seong just wants to adjust to everything that has changed, the new routines, the new closeness with Taejun, and the way he watches over her so carefully that it makes her heart flutter. But as time passes, his concern starts to make her hope for more, and his constant thoughtfulness makes her greedy because she does not want to lose this warmth that has become so comforting. And even though she knows they are bound by a contract and that everything between them has rules and limits, she cannot help but dream a little of a future with him, a future that feels impossible because she knows thinking about it is a luxury she cannot afford. So she tells herself quietly not to confuse her own heart, not to let herself fall apart any more than she already has. After some time, she comes out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed and slightly nervous, her hair damp, and she is in bathrobe, while Taejun waits on the bed, calm but alert, watching her approach, and she notices a small stack of papers on the nightstand. She asks softly what it is, and he replies that it is what she wants, a little teasing in his voice, And when she asks again what exactly he means, he says it is their prenuptial agreement, already prepared with all the basic items they had agreed on, and that she should check it carefully to see if there is anything she wants to add or change, and if she finds something she does not like, she can tell him because he wants to make sure everything is done properly. She studies the papers, feeling the weight of them in her hands, and then, almost decisively, she rises and says that she will sign it right now, not wanting to keep him waiting or occupy his time unnecessarily. And Tjun is momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her eagerness and the certainty in her voice. Later, she returns home, still holding a small part of her thoughts in her heart, and as soon as she enters, her phone rings, a familiar number flashing on the screen. Meanwhile, back at the office, Tjun asks his secretary calmly but sharply if Seong has been driven home safely, and the secretary confirms, though there is concern, because apparently there was a problem at the hotel the day before. The security team reported that Mr. Jiune ran into Miss Seong in the lobby, and there seems to have been shouting and some physical contact, and Taejun's expression darkens immediately, his hand slamming lightly on the desk as he mutters angrily about how dare Jiune cause trouble with her in his hotel, and he suddenly remembers the moments he shared with her the day before, the way she had seemed down, and he wonders to himself why he had not noticed, why he had been so busy that he did not watch over her more carefully, feeling a sharp sting of guilt. He instructs his secretary to send someone discreetly to watch over her for a while to ensure that she is safe and that nobody can touch her, and after that, he asks about the main bank in charge of Hanwoo Textile's account. The secretary confirms that it is Haedam Bank and that the total debt is slightly over 10 billion won, and Taejun frowns, realizing that even Dae Joo will not be able to cover that much. The secretary adds that Haedam refuses to postpone the repayment if a solution is not found within a month, and Taejun tells him to keep investigating, to continue looking for ways to manage this problem while he prepares for the next important meeting, already thinking several steps ahead. Later that evening, Seong arrives at a quiet cafe, apologizing softly for being late because of traffic, and the woman she has come to meet, Taejun's mother, smiles warmly and says it is fine, assuring her that it was no trouble, and Seong feels slightly relieved, bowing her head politely. Taejun's mother then explains that she called her out suddenly today because she wanted to give her something as soon as possible, and she gestures toward the table where a luxurious box is neatly placed. Seong's eyes widen and she becomes both confused and shocked, asking what all of this is, her fingers brushing lightly over it. Taejun's mother explains that it is nothing too complicated, that it is simply the family jewelry handed down to the women of the KCT family, meant to be cherished and worn at special occasions. And as the lid opens, Seong's eyes widen in shock at the sight of luxurious necklaces, bracelets, and rings neatly placed inside, shining under the light, and she whispers to herself that she cannot just take something so valuable, even though she can tell instantly that these pieces alone are worth more than several houses, and it feels almost wrong to accept them. The mother notices her hesitation and smiles kindly, saying that if she does not like the design, the jewelry can be redesigned or altered to her taste, but Seong shakes her head softly, saying that her hesitation is not about the design. She simply does not know if she should accept something so precious, and perhaps, she thinks quietly, it would be better to wait until later, to give her time before she accepts it fully. The mother reassures her gently, telling her that this is actually the perfect time to give her the jewelry, that they should wear it at the upcoming hotel fountain party, and that it will show everyone that they support her and welcome her into the family, a gesture meant to make her feel included and recognized, to make it clear that she is now part of their world. And Seong's thoughts race as she hears the word family repeatedly, realizing that it would be nice to have someone like her as a mother, to have family who accepts her despite all the rumors surrounding her, despite her past, and to see someone willing to embrace her as Taejun's future wife. She wonders quietly if she can truly accept this, if she can lie to herself or to others in order to take such a gift. Feeling the weight of the decision in her chest, but the mother's gentle insistence and warm smile make it difficult to refuse. After their meeting, they leave the cafe together, and the mother mentions that she really enjoyed the time spent today, and Seong replies politely that the pleasure was hers. As Taejun's mother gets into the car, she asks Seong if she is sure she does not want her to drive her home, concerned for her safety, and Seong smiles faintly, explaining that Mr. Lim said he would be arriving soon, so there is no need for her to worry, and the mother nods, satisfied, and says she will see her next time, and Seong responds softly with a quiet, "of course," before the car begins to move. Siong holds the bag with the jewelry close to her, feeling the weight of it and the reality of accepting it, realizing that this is another step in becoming part of Taejun's life. And though she still feels unsure, she knows she cannot go back now, and for the moment, she lets herself accept the gift. The next day, after finishing an important meeting, Taejun feels tired and appears in a bad mood, his expression sharp and serious, and his secretary hesitates for a moment before reporting that Haedam Bank seems to have changed its stance, that they are now considering accepting Hanwol's conditions and extending the loan, which surprises Taejun because even with an investment from Manhwa, he knows they cannot pay the full amount. The secretary explains that it seems Hanwol has brought in another guarantor, and last night Mr. Kim Ji-hoon was seen meeting with Mr. Yoon Seong-gyu, and Taejun immediately asks if that means Ji-hoon is the new guarantor, and the secretary confirms that it is most likely the case, which makes Taejun think that Ji-hoon is still trying to cover up Hanwol's debt to protect his interests at any cost. He stands up, his expression tense, telling his secretary that in that case, companies doing business with Haedam could be in trouble later, and the secretary agrees, warning that in the worst-case scenario, there could be serious consequences. Taejun asks about KCT's own dealings, and the secretary confirms that KC Cosmetics is indeed working with the bank, and even suggests an additional deal, asking what Taejun wants to do. He decides they should offer a renewal under the condition that Hanwol's business is stopped, and when the secretary questions what if Haedam refuses, Taejun replies calmly that it is fine because there are plenty of other banks that want to work with KCT, and Haedam cannot refuse for long, especially since they would not want to maintain a ticking time bomb like Hanwol on their books. The secretary nods and says he will deliver the message and schedule a meeting for tomorrow afternoon, and Taejun agrees, noting that they will discuss further once Haedam responds. But the secretary hesitates, asking why Taejun is willing to take such risks, saying that his recent decisions seem different from what he would normally do. Taejun pauses, considering his words, and then explains that he sees a potential loss right in front of him and he cannot simply sit back and wait for it to explode, and that adjusting the agreement was part of the board's agenda. But more importantly, it is a chance to see who is willing to be their ally, who can be trusted in business, and he hopes the secretary will trust him more. The secretary quickly assures him that he did not intend to question his decisions, and Taejun pats him on the shoulder, saying he hopes for continued support, and the secretary nods, saying he will carry out his orders as soon as possible, leaving immediately and muttering quietly that perhaps he should not have asked, while Taejun remains standing, thinking to himself about why he is acting strangely, why he is taking these risks, and why he is doing all of this in such an unusual way. Meanwhile, at Seung's home, she is tense, gripping the jewelry bag tightly and telling herself that she will not feel at ease until she returns it, wondering whether she should return it through Taejun or if that would be rude, unsure of what the proper way is. As she walks out of her room, still deep in thought, she suddenly bumps into someone, and when she looks up, she sees that it is none other than Seong-gyu, her brother. Seong freezes when she suddenly bumps into her brother in the hallway and wonders why he is here at this hour. She thinks he must have come to argue with their mother again, but he only looks at her and asks why she is in such a hurry, then tells her he will see her tomorrow before walking away. Watching him leave, she thinks to herself that she heard he will attend the party tomorrow too, and the thought makes her chest tighten. Her thoughts drift into a flashback where her brother shouts angrily at their father, demanding how he can treat their sick mother this way, and saying he will never return to this family unless both Seong and her mother leave the house. The memory hurts her even now. Back in the present, Seong clenches her fist around the bag carrying the jewelry and tells herself she should return this first. As she heads downstairs, she meets her father, who says he heard she met Taejun's mother and asks if everything is going well. He then notices the package in her hand and asks what she is carrying, and she quietly replies that it is a wedding gift from Taejun's mother. Her father smiles proudly and says she already received gifts from the family, so perhaps she is not so useless after all. Then he tells her to make sure everything is perfect tomorrow, and she nods and promises she will. She gathers her courage and asks if he and her brother will attend the event tomorrow. Her father replies yes, but her mother does not want to attend such events. This leaves Seong speechless, and she wonders painfully how her mother can refuse to attend even her daughter's wedding announcement just because she does not want to be seen in public. And if her mother is not coming, then why is her brother still opposing her marriage? She sighs softly and says she will prepare accordingly, not realizing that her mother has been listening to the entire conversation from the corridor. Later, Seong goes to a shop to prepare for the event. While speaking on the phone with Dae Joo, she tells him about the family jewelry his mother gave her and admits she wanted to return it yesterday, but thought it would be rude, so she brought it with her today. Dae Joo simply tells her she can do whatever she wants with it, reminding her that nothing about this is written in their agreement and she is free to make her own choices. Hearing his calm voice makes her heart tremble because she knows she cannot deny her feelings for him anymore. But at the same time, she reminds herself that this does not change their future and she should not hope for more. She hangs up the call after saying she will see him later. After some time, her makeup is finished. The makeup artist asks her if she will wear the necklace today, and Seong replies yes if it is all right. The artist admires the design and says it will look perfect with her dress, adding that she has never seen such a beautiful necklace and that Seong will be the most stunning person at the party. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Seong touches the jewelry lightly and thinks she can hide behind these jewels for now, but the person wearing them is still the same old Seong. In the evening, the party begins. When she steps out of the car, she immediately becomes the center of attention as camera flashes and eyes turn toward her. Her father approaches her, and she quietly wonders again why her mother really did not come. Her father warns her to make sure she does not make any mistakes and not to embarrass herself since everyone is watching. She replies calmly that she knows. As she walks inside, she notices many people glaring at her, some with curiosity and others with judgment. She can feel their eyes on her, and she tells herself that in the past she would have been terrified of these looks and desperate to hide, afraid of every small thing people said about her. But now she must change, not only for Dae Joo, but for herself. She must not hide anymore. She has to play her role. Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice telling her that she is late and that he was looking for her. She turns and sees Dae Joo approaching her, and he tells her to come with him. She answers softly that she is ready, and when he takes her hand, they step into the main building together, their fingers intertwined as the lights and murmurs of the party surround them. When Seong enters the party with Dae Joo, she quietly asks him if he is not busy tonight. Dae Joo answers that his schedule cleared up a little, and while he speaks, someone almost bumps into her, so he places a hand on her shoulder and tells her to be careful. Her heart starts beating fast at the sudden touch, and she thinks this place is too crowded, so he tells her she can hold his arm. She wraps her hand around his arm, but inside she thinks that admitting her feelings is harder than she expected because every small gesture he makes keeps confusing her, yet she knows all of it is meaningless since their relationship is still just an agreement. As they walk together, Jong notices them and approaches with a bright smile, calling them the stars of tonight. He casually grabs Seong's hand and asks if she has been doing well. She becomes confused for a moment, wondering if Dae Joo knows him. Dae Joon's expression immediately turns irritated as he tells Jong he is bothering her. Jong laughs and asks if Dae Joo is getting jealous, and then he introduces himself as Dae Joon's old enemy from childhood since they have known each other since they were young. Seong politely introduces herself and realizes that Jong is actually Dae Joon's friend. Then Jong leans closer to her, asking if she remembers where they first met, and says he should remind her if she cannot. Dae Joo cannot listen any longer, so he pulls Jong away from her and says that is enough. After that, he takes Seong with him, saying they do not have time to waste, so they should go. Later, time passes in the party. Dae Joo talks to different guests while Seong watches him from afar. She notices Jong walking toward Dae Joo again, and Dae Joo instantly looks annoyed. He tells Jong to go entertain his father if he has nothing to do because his father was looking for him earlier. Watching them bicker, Seong smiles to herself and thinks they really are childhood friends because they act so similar. She thinks they have a similar atmosphere sometimes, probably because both of them are difficult to approach and seem comfortable in a world where most people would never even imagine being. She thinks that if she wants to enter their world, she has to prepare herself, even if living like this may be exhausting. Soon, many reporters start taking photos of her, the flashlights surrounding her. After greeting them politely, she excuses herself and heads to the restroom. At that moment, Jong asks Taejun what is going on with Eunhwa and Hanwul groups because it is strange how quiet they are at such an important event. Taejun thinks silently that Kim Ji-hoon caused a scene at someone else's business just because of obsession, and tonight should have been the perfect chance for him to ruin their engagement. So why would Kim Ji-hoon stay quiet now? After thinking, Taejun tells Jong to keep an eye on things and also send people to watch the surroundings. Meanwhile, Seong is in the restroom feeling heavy-hearted. Suddenly, she hears a group of women gossiping about her. Their words are harsh and cruel, and they talk as if she does not deserve to stand next to Taejun, calling her many things behind her back. Hearing them, she feels her chest tighten, yet she stays quiet and waits until they leave. After walking out, she straightens herself and forces her emotions down, telling herself she cannot fall apart here. But just when she walks past a quiet corner, someone grabs her from behind. She freezes immediately. A male voice whispers near her ear, saying she has a pretty face and warning that if she keeps resisting, he might ruin it. Her whole body trembles because the voice is full of threat, and she realizes she cannot scream or move without making it worse. Jong waits at the party and wonders why Siong is taking so long, and Taejun calmly tells him she should be here soon, although he also glances toward the hallway as if expecting her to walk out any moment. From inside the crowd, a man looks at Taejun and gives him a small nod as he passes, while another man nervously tells Taejun that he wants to visit the bathroom before the event starts because he is getting anxious. Taejun listens, but his attention suddenly shifts when he notices two men rushing outside in a strange hurry, and Jong watches this too and smirks as he comments he is nervous and going to the bathroom quickly, and Taejun simply answers with a distracted, "Right, go ahead," before taking a slow, deep breath as if trying to steady himself. Meanwhile, far away from the bright hall and loud music, the kidnapper covers Seong's face with something rough, and she tries to breathe as she wonders what is happening and why something like this is happening today of all days. Fear spreads through her body as she makes small noises behind the cover, her hands shaking as she tries to understand who is dragging her somewhere and why. Outside the party, Jong pauses because he hears something like a distant argument, and he becomes confused as he wonders if someone is fighting, maybe a couple arguing, maybe someone's wife shouting in the hotel, and because he does not care much, he begins to walk away from the noise. He does not realize that the argument he hears is connected to Siong. Inside a dark, unused room, Siong is thrown onto the floor. The cover on her face slips away, and as her blurred vision clears, she sees the last person she expects, her brother standing in front of her with an angry expression. His voice is sharp when he tells her not to call him her brother because she is not his sister and has never been one. He asks if she even understands why he accepted her and her mother into the family, and he answers his own question by saying he only did that because he did not want her to embarrass him, and the least she could do was help him when he needed help. But instead of helping him, she pushed him toward a trial. His words hit her hard, and she becomes completely silent as she realizes, with a painful shock, that he used her only to hide his own mistake. She thinks to herself that he did everything intentionally, pretending to care while he was only protecting himself. Her brother steps closer, still furious as he says he will not let her walk away after she ruined everything for him, and he adds that the marriage was never going to happen anyway, so she should stay here quietly and behave until everything is over. He covers her mouth again and ties her legs tightly. As he walks toward the exit, she watches him with wide eyes, thinking that even though they are only half-siblings, she never imagined her own brother could do something this cruel to her. He returns for a brief moment and tells her no one will come to this place because it has not been used in a long time, and he orders her to sit there and think about how she betrayed him. Then he closes the door strongly, leaving her in darkness as she begins to cry and whisper for someone to help her. Back at the party, Jong starts feeling uneasy and asks Taejun how long it has been since Seong went to the bathroom, and he wonders out loud if something might be wrong. Taejun listens, and then Jong explains that he heard someone arguing near the bathroom just moments ago. He says he thought it was just a man and a woman fighting on the staircase, but now that he thinks again, the woman's voice might have been Seong's. Those words make Taejun stop breathing for a second, and worry appears instantly on his face. He turns quickly and walks with urgency, searching through the crowd until he reaches Seong-Gu. He asks him where Seong is right now, trying to keep his voice calm, but Seong-Gu only smiles and asks why Taejun is asking him that question so suddenly. Tjun grabs his shoulder tightly and tells him he is not joking and wants an answer. Seong-A lifts his eyebrows and says in a mocking tone that who knows where she is because her speciality is capturing men, so maybe she is with another man already. Taejun's anger breaks instantly. He grabs Seong-Yu's collar and pulls him forward, then slams him hard against the wall. His voice is cold when he warns him that once he finds Siong, that will be the end of him. Taejun pushes Seong-Yu away and walks off with hard steps, leaving the man frozen for a moment. Seong-Yu then grows frustrated and wonders why everyone keeps threatening him today, as if he is the only one responsible for everything falling apart. His mind goes back to the phone call he received earlier from Jiune, where Jiune calmly told him that even Taejun would not be able to save him once the video comes out. Jiune said he only needs a little time to embarrass Taejun at the right moment, and once that happens, he will erase the video and keep no copies. He insisted it will be nothing serious. He only wants to humiliate the two people who tried to mess with him. At that time, Seong-Yu honestly thought Jihoon made sense, so he believed it might be a good chance to scare Seong a little. He thought she and Taejun didn't even care about each other, so what harm could there be? He believed it would teach her a lesson and nothing more. But now, Taejun is threatening to end him, and Seong-Yu keeps thinking, since when did they become so close? He thought their relationship was not serious, so why is everyone treating him like he is some kind of fool? His voice shakes as he mutters to himself, wondering why he is the only one being treated like this. Meanwhile, in another part of the hotel, Jong asks Taejun what he plans to do next. Taejun keeps his focus sharp and replies that even if someone took Seong away, they could not have left the hotel so quickly. He explains the wedding ceremony is not the only event happening. Other conferences and gatherings are running at the same time, so it is not easy to move around without being seen. Jong nods and says that means she must still be somewhere nearby. They head toward the place where Jong earlier heard voices. Taejun checks the surroundings carefully and notices the quiet, dusty hallway. He thinks to himself that this area looks like it has been closed off for a while. Then he reaches for the door labeled under construction and pushes it open. Inside the small storage room, Seong is sitting on the floor with her hands tied. Her body gives a little jolt when she hears the door being touched. She glances toward it and feels her heart sink. She tells herself that this is how her real life has always been, trapped, alone, and unable to escape. Everything good that happened recently felt like a dream that disappeared too fast. She thinks that if Taejun realizes she is missing, he will worry during such an important event, and she hates that she always becomes a burden to him. She whispers in her mind that maybe it would be better if she could simply disappear. Suddenly, the door opens fully and she hears footsteps. Her breath stops when she recognizes the voice. It really is Taejun. He rushes to her, unties her hands, and asks if she is hurt. She quietly replies that she is all right, only a small scratch. His expression tightens and he scolds her gently, telling her she has to stop saying she is fine when she is clearly not. He says they did this to her, and she is still trying to act like it is nothing. His voice shakes with frustration and she wonders for a second if he is crying. She apologizes and says she only feels like she keeps causing trouble for him. He pulls her close and tells her it is fine to cause trouble because he does not mind worrying about her. He only wants her to be safe and she should stop hiding her pain from him. When Jong steps inside, Taejun says she cannot appear before everyone like this and they should postpone the announcement. But Seong shakes her head and tells him they should continue with the plan. She wants them to announce their marriage just as they intended. Taejun tells Seong that they should go upstairs first so they can talk properly, and Jong quickly asks what they will do if someone sees them on the way, because even though this hallway is quiet, it is still close to the main event hall. Seong becomes tense and asks what they should do now, so Taejun calmly says there is an employee-only elevator on the other side, and they should be able to use that to slip out without anyone noticing. When he asks if Seong can walk, she tries to say yes, but he lifts her in his arms right away and tells her that this will be faster because she might end up hurting her ankle if she tries to walk like this. After they reach a safe floor, they run into his secretary, who becomes shocked and asks what happened. Taejun does not explain anything there and simply says they should talk inside first. He takes Seong into a private room and gently makes her sit on the sofa before he turns to his secretary again and asks what events are scheduled right now. The secretary replies that the vice president's event is about to start and the hotel employee award ceremony is next, and Taejun is supposed to be there to give out the award. He says there is no time and people will soon notice that he is not at the hall. Seong softly tells Taejun that the secretary is right and he should go back first. Taejun turns to her and asks if she has a plan, and she calmly explains that first they must make sure no one realizes she is missing. Then she says she needs a new dress because she definitely cannot appear downstairs looking like this. Taejun looks at his secretary and tells him to contact the styling team right away. Seong then remembers her spare shoes and says she thinks they are in the car trunk. Taejun explains they have about an hour before the wedding announcement and he will try to buy more time, so she should take her time and call him right away if she changes her mind about anything. She nods and says she will. After that, Taejun leaves the room. Jung also says they will leave Seong in his care, and when he says he is going, Seong smiles softly and tells him she will come soon, so he should wait for her. As the door closes, she thinks to herself that she was actually looking forward to this day too, so she should not run away anymore. She tells herself to trust him and be brave because thanks to him, she finally has the courage to face everything. Time passes and Taejun finishes the tasks he had to complete for the event. Then he returns to meet Seong. When the door opens, he freezes for a moment because she is standing there in a beautiful dress, looking breathtaking. His heart begins to beat faster as she smiles and asks if she kept him waiting. He replies gently that she is right on time and asks if they should go. Meanwhile, at the main event, Taejun's father stands on stage and begins the announcement. He tells everyone that today they are welcoming a new family member and explains that he invited everyone here to introduce her before the news goes public, so he asks everyone to please give a warm round of applause. At that moment, Seong and Taejun enter the hall holding hands and the crowd begins to clap. Somewhere among the guests, Seong's father hears that his son has caused trouble and he becomes completely shocked. On stage, Taejun calmly introduces himself and then introduces Seong to the guests as his future wife, making her the center of everyone's attention. After Taejun makes the announcement about his new wife being Seong-A, people around them start congratulating him with bright smiles, happy voices, and warm expressions. On top of that, Taejun's father is also being congratulated by many guests because everyone knows he always wanted a daughter-in-law and dreamed of welcoming one into the family someday. Taejun's father is quite happy and excited, almost overly cheerful, and he says loudly that they should celebrate this grand moment properly as it is a special day for everyone. Meanwhile, Taejun's mother notices her husband's exaggerated reactions and asks him gently to calm down a bit so he does not make a scene. She then turns to Seong-A, grabs her hand gently with warmth, and tells her softly that she is the most beautiful-looking woman in the entire event hall tonight, glowing more than anyone else. For this sweet compliment, Seong-A shyly thanks her. Just then, Taejun's uncle arrives from behind, mentioning how he heard that this marriage was rushed and happened quicker than expected. Moreover, the uncle says he hopes that Taejun made the right choice because marriage is something serious. In response, Taejun asks his uncle not to worry at all, saying confidently that he never makes choices he will regret later. The uncle then nods and says that he hopes they will meet each other again soon. The scene then shifts to Seong-A, whose phone is ringing constantly. She proceeds to walk to the side quietly and picks up the phone call. On the other side, it is her mom who is worried about her daughter and has been waiting for news. She asks Seong-A if she will not be coming home for a while now. Seong-A confirms this and mentions that she will have to stay at the hotel for the whole night until the wedding happens. Then, her mother asks if she has a change of clothes and questions if she should pack some outfits from home and send them to her at the hotel. Seong-A believes that would be nice and tells her mom to go ahead and do so. Her mother then says she will call her again when the clothes are ready. After this phone call, Seong-A's mother takes a deep sigh of relief, now knowing that the wedding announcement was successful, but she still hopes that her daughter was not humiliated or embarrassed there in front of powerful people. She then recalls lashing out at Seong-A in the past for coming home late. She remembered telling her that the chairman's word is law in that house and reminding her that she had been grounded by Mr. Yoon. Seong-A would continue to smash the door to get it open, but to no avail, as her mother continued to walk away. Coming back to the present, Seong-A's mother suddenly notices her husband and her son, Seong-Gyu, rushing into the house with urgency. Her husband looks extremely angry and asks her to stay out of this matter. She can tell something serious has happened, but she does not say anything because she knows he will not listen right now. Even Seong-Gyu looks stressed and shaken as he quickly follows his father. The house feels heavy and cold as they move further inside without explaining anything to her. Seong-A and her husband then head to another room where the father immediately scolds him harshly for acting stupid by kidnapping Seong-A and getting caught by Dae Joo. He asks Seong-A if he is out of his mind and if he realizes how much trouble he has caused. In response, Seong-A angrily says that he will not let them toy with him anymore, showing his frustration while his father grows even more furious. Meanwhile, the mother is quietly eavesdropping on the conversation and is shocked to find out that her own son kidnapped his sister. When this news gets confirmed, she simply cannot believe how Seong-A can do something that horrible to his sister and wonders if he is trying to stop their marriage. The father continues lashing out on Seong-A, reminding him that he had made a deal with Tjun and scolds him for ruining it. Seong-A asks his father why he even trusts that man that much, to which the father says that he has no reason to doubt his intentions. Moreover, the father reminds Seong-A that Tjun is the CEO of KCT Hotel and that he gave his word to go through with this deal. The father further reminds how Tjun is willing to do anything for Seong-A's sake. Seong-A tries to explain that Tjun won't be interested in Seong-A for too long and that it's just a temporary thing. But the father emphasizes the fact that Seong-A can be useful for the time being, adding that it was solely the reason why he took her in the first place. However, Seong-A believes otherwise. He then decides to leave angrily, smashing the door shut while cursing at his family. On the other hand, the mother is completely heartbroken to see all this go down right before her eyes. She always knew in the back of her mind that ever since Seong-A came here, she wasn't given an ounce of respect. On top of that, she was never treated fairly and would always go through hardships. Unable to control her tears, the mother recalls how Seong-A has been burdened with so much trauma that might never heal. And the worst part is she is her mother, and she always turned a blind eye to this injustice. The mother begins to cry heavily, thinking how Seong-A must resent her so much, regretting how she shouldn't have treated Seong-A like that. Back at the hotel, Seong-A is sipping from a glass of wine while looking out the window. She thinks to herself how she should have just gone home and feels a deep heaviness in her chest as the night grows quieter around her. Just then, Tjun arrives and hugs her from behind, prompting her to question his actions. Tjun explains that he is just trying to comfort her, but then decides to leave her alone and tells her to get some rest. But Seong-A turns around, gets closer to Tjun, and says that she doesn't want to be alone right now, her voice soft but filled with a quiet plea for comfort as she looks up at him. As Seong-A says that she doesn't want to be left alone right now, Tjun mentions that he just wants her to get some rest tonight. Seong-A thinks that he is just trying to push her away, so she asks Tjun if he is so busy that he can't even spare some time for her. With a smile, Tjun explains that he just said it because he won't be able to keep himself in control if they don't stop right now. This comment brings a grin on her face and makes her heart beat a little faster because she can feel how honest he is being with her. Then, Seong-A questions Tjun if he really doesn't know her that well and inquires if he thinks she will get scared of a thing like that. Tjun, while caressing her cheek, looks at Seong-A with intimate intentions and asks if that's the case, his voice low and gentle. Seong-A then explains herself, telling Tjun what she is trying to convey. She says that she wants him to comfort her a lot tonight because she feels lonely and fragile inside after everything that has happened. Now that they have a better understanding between one another, Tjun leans in, knowing what Seong-A wants, and locks lips with her. As the kiss ends, the two look at each other with pleasure and love for one another in their eyes, their faces still very close as they catch their breath. Tjun then says that he always wondered how her lips would taste like. Seong-A, feeling shy yet playful, asks him if he has finally found out now. Tjun says that he has, and he adds in a gentle, sincere voice that he won't ever be able to forget the taste of her lips. He explains that her lips taste very sweet, like something warm and comforting. As the intimacy between the two grows more and more, they move to the couch and sit closely together, sharing soft kisses and holding each other in a warm and loving embrace that feels safe and peaceful. Time slowly passes as they stay wrapped in each other's arms, whispering quietly, brushing their hands together, and feeling their hearts race. And for Seong-A, this closeness leaves her almost breathless because her emotions are so strong and overwhelming in a beautiful way. As their feelings eventually calm down a little, Tjun leans onto Seong-A and gives her a soft smooch on the neck, a tender and caring gesture that makes her feel safe, protected, and deeply loved. Later that night, the two lay on the bed together. There, Tjun is wide awake, looking over Seong-A as she sleeps peacefully without any worries, her expression calm and gentle. While looking at her, Tjun thinks about how he and Seong-A have spent such a nice time together, a time that feels precious to him. He just hopes that time would freeze right at this exact moment because he feels no pain or remorse anymore, nothing heavy in his heart. Life feels just like a calming sound of waves for him right now, slow and peaceful. He then recalls how he recently shared an intimate moment with Seong-A and believes that he must have lost his mind. Yet deep in his heart, it feels like the first time he has truly been at peace, the first time he has felt something real. But he just can't think straight whenever Seong-A is with him, and he becomes a mess inside, unable to control his emotions. He then recalls meeting Seong-A for the very first time in the rain when he asked her to explain what she was doing at that place, a memory that now feels meaningful. Moreover, Tjun wonders why it is that his heart aches so much when he is with Seong-A, and he cannot understand why his emotions become so strong around her, why he feels both happiness and fear at the same time. He then leans closer to her, gives her a gentle kiss on the forehead, and wishes her good night, hoping she sleeps peacefully and beautifully. The very next day, the beautiful couple is having breakfast at the table together, enjoying a quiet morning. Just then, Tjun receives a phone call from work. He proceeds to quickly get up, dresses himself neatly, and prepares to leave in a hurry. Seeing him rush so suddenly, Seong-A asks Tjun if he is already leaving, to which the latter explains that it's the business meeting he had with the international guests and that he cannot miss it. Moreover, Tjun tells Seong-A that he might be late because of this meeting, so she doesn't have to wait for him. Now, Seong-A is a bit disappointed as her facial expressions go down, feeling a small sting of sadness. But they quickly light up again when Tjun leans down and gives her a kiss on the forehead right before leaving, making her feel a little better even though she is still sad inside. After he leaves, Seong-A sits quietly and thinks about him, still saddened by the fact that she and Tjun live in the same building. Yet it is still very difficult for her to see him often because of how busy he always is with work. However, she quickly wipes these thoughts away, remembering that Tjun is a busy person and that he cannot help this situation. Suddenly, Seong-A's phone rings and she sees that it's her mom. After picking up the phone, Seong-A finds out from her mom that she is in the building and is asking to meet her. Seong-A quickly tells her mother to wait at the tea shop on the first floor and mentions that she will be there shortly. Seong-A then quickly rushes to prepare herself, thinking why her mom is here even though she always tries to hide herself from people. Later, Seong-A arrives at the tea shop. When she asks her mother the reason for her visit, she lies. Then, the mother begins to think if Seong-A will even forgive her someday. Meanwhile, Seong-A is worried that something might have happened, but discovers that her mom came here without telling Yoon either. Thereafter, the mom finally finds enough courage and tells Seong-A that she is sorry, catching her completely off guard and leaving her unsure of how to respond. After telling her sorry in a soft and trembling voice, the mother proceeds to hand over an envelope full of money to Seong-A, telling her gently that she can do whatever she wants from now on and that she has full freedom to choose her own path. Moreover, the mother tells her that she doesn't have to force herself into this marriage anymore and that she should not feel trapped or pressured by anything. As for Seong-A, she is confused as to why her mother has completely shifted her opinion on this marriage and wonders what changed her mind so suddenly. Thereafter, the mother begins to shed genuine tears, telling Seong-A that she should have been a good mother to her from earlier in life. She understands now how she never acted with Seong-A as if she was truly her mother and how she always stayed silent when she should have spoken up. Moreover, she assures her daughter that she truly thought Ji-hoon was a decent guy and believed he had good intentions. She thought that Yoon would never make a mad decision, which is why she used to ignore all of Seong-A's complaints without even trying to understand them. Seong-A's mother further adds that she always had good intentions. She always thought of Ji-hoon as someone who would treat her daughter well, and she always believed she was choosing the right path for her. But what she didn't know was that she had always been turning a blind eye to the injustice happening with Seong-A on a daily basis, pretending not to notice her pain because she thought everything would work out eventually. Even so, she doesn't say all this to justify her actions. Rather, she holds herself fully responsible for whatever happened and understands deeply that she could have stopped it easily if she had dared to speak. Seong-A's mother says that she knows she has always been a bad mother, but she asks Seong-A to forgive her if she has even a little bit of sympathy left in her heart. Just then, Seong-A recalls her childhood days when she used to be badly tortured, hurt, and ignored, and she wonders if it is even possible for her to forgive her mother after everything she did to her whole life. Then, she receives a response from her younger self, telling the adult Seong-A that she should forgive her mother because she has always been lonely and afraid too. Seong-A's mother then places the envelope in her daughter's hands, telling her to take this money and go to Germany to finish her studies, remembering that she always wanted to do this dream of hers. Moreover, she emphasizes that Seong-A should hurry, telling her to go right at that moment, even saying that she didn't hear about this from her. This leads to Seong-A questioning her mother about why she is in such a hurry. It is then that her mother recalls the conversation she overheard back at home, and her face grows tense as she remembers every word clearly. She then responds to Seong-A, confirming she is aware that Seong-Gyu tried to hurt her. Immediately, Seong-A asks her mother if Yoon told her that, but she quickly refuses this, mentioning that she just happened to overhear a conversation. Moreover, she says that she is prepared to take any responsibility that comes after this and tells Seong-A once again not to go through with this marriage. However, Seong-A reveals that she is not being forced at all and that she really likes Tjun. At first, her mother doesn't believe her daughter and thinks that she is still lying, but then asks her if she loves him. Seong-A then thinks how Tjun is always in her mind all the time and how she is always dependent on him, how her heart feels warm whenever he is near, and how she feels safer with him than with anyone else. She then decides that if this is what love is, then she is indeed in love with Tjun. Not long after, the mother decides to take her leave. Seong-A asks her mother to take care of herself as she leaves. Quietly, she thinks to herself how they met after such a long time and hopes that their meeting would have lasted a bit longer. But then, she remembers how her mother came all the way here just to apologize. So that's enough for her, and she feels a soft ache in her heart. Just then, Seong-A gets a jump scare as Tjun arrives from behind. She is shocked to see him here and asks if he is on his way out. Tjun explains that he has been looking for her all over the place. Moreover, he tells her how she hasn't been picking up her phone. Seong-A takes a look at her phone and sees that it's on silent. For this, she apologizes to Tjun and adds that she was meeting with someone. Tjun then reminds Seong-A how he instructed her not to go down all on her own, as it's dangerous for her, and asks who this person is that she just met with. Seong-A begins to smile, realizing that Tjun is very jealous right now, but eventually explains that she just came here to meet with her mother. Tjun tells Seong-A that she should have led with that. Seong-A then asks him why he is looking for her in the first place. The two then find themselves inside the elevator, where Tjun mentions how he heard it from his mother that Seong-A will be going to pick a wedding dress tomorrow. When asked why she didn't tell him, Seong-A says that she didn't want to bother Tjun seeing how busy he was. However, Tjun makes it clear to Seong-A that she can bother him anytime and that he wants to be part of everything important to her. He then tells her that he will be coming with her to pick the wedding dress tomorrow. For this, Seong-A gives a gentle kiss to Tjun on his cheek as a payment for his favor. She then says that she is not good at picking dresses at all. So Tjun tells her that he will help her every time and will expect a payment, just like the recent kiss, in return, making her blush softly as the elevator doors close. Tjun heads to the office early in the morning and engages in a detailed conversation with Yunmin, wanting to gather every piece of information he asked him to look into earlier. He asks him directly about the situation and wants to know what progress has been made so far. Yunmin mentions that Haedam Bank has officially decided to end its contract with Hanwoo Textiles, cutting off their financial support completely. Now, Hanwoo is desperate to find anyone who will lend them money, and their situation is becoming worse with each passing day as they struggle to stay afloat. Tjun then asks Yunmin about the person who was already there investigating things and also asks about Seong-A as well, wanting to know his movements. Yunmin reveals that Seong-A was recently visited by Jiune, which immediately catches Tjun's attention. We then jump into a flashback scene where Yunmin gets in contact with the spy and asks him for information. The spy Lee mentions a phone call he overheard between Seong-A and Jiune, emphasizing that it was quite an extraordinary and intense conversation between the two men. What happened was, Seong-A actually backed out of a full payment he was supposed to make to Jiune. Due to this betrayal, Jiune was completely engulfed in anger, but Seong-A argued that it was the chairman's decision and that he could do nothing about it even if he wanted to. Jiune then lashes out of the room, storming away angrily, telling Seong-A that he is disappointed in him for screwing this matter up so badly and holds him responsible for the entire mishap. After Jiune left, Seong-A's ego was deeply hurt over the fact that Jiune dared to threaten him, and the humiliation made him even more frustrated and unstable. Moreover, Seong-A believes that it was all because of his father, as he wants Seong-A to turn himself in and take responsibility for the crimes. After thinking a bit more, Seong-A irrationally decides that everything is Taejun's fault, but in order to get to him, he has to seriously hurt Seong-A, as she is his weakness and the person Taejun cares for the most. Seong-A then rushes out of his room and calls out for Lee, who then quickly tells Yunmin that he has to go immediately. But he assures him that he will call him back once the matters have calmed down. Coming back to the present, Yunmin questions Taejun if this matter is getting out of hand, implying that he is getting worried about how dangerous everything is becoming. But Taejun asks him not to worry and tells him to stay calm. He then asks how much share they currently hold in Hanwoo. Yunmin reveals that it's 15%, and Taejun believes that it's already enough considering the short amount of time that they had to collect shares. Moreover, Taejun knows that there are people still left to join them later on and estimates that their share will jump to a staggering 35%. Now, Taejun has a solid plan set in his mind, so he asks Yunmin to call for a board meeting, knowing very well that he will be the one to end this game even though his enemies started it, and he feels confident that the final move will be his. Back at Taejun's hotel room, Seong-A is putting some makeup on her face carefully. Taejun protests that it's still very early in the morning and asks her if she really has to leave this early. Seong-A responds gently, reminding Taejun that he should take some rest as he has been extremely busy lately and barely sleeping. Taejun gets up, puts on his shirt slowly, and tells her that he is fine. However, we then see what actually happened last night. Apparently, this tired and exhausted Taejun spent a quiet and emotional night with Seong-A, and the two shared very close, gentle moments together. They held each other for a long time, spoke softly in the dark, and found comfort in each other's presence until they finally relaxed and fell asleep with peaceful hearts. Back to the present, she is excited just by remembering all that happened last night, and her cheeks grow warm as she thinks about it. Taejun then comes from behind and asks Seong-A if she will be going with his mother. The latter confirms that's the case, prompting Taejun to ask her if she is okay with this. He understands how hard his mother can be and tells Seong-A that she can refuse to do this since she is not even getting paid. But she doesn't even think of it like this and says that events like these actually excite her. Seong-A then tells Taejun that everything will be fine and asks if he doesn't trust her. Taejun smiles, assuring Seong-A that he trusts her completely. Shortly after, she takes her leave. After her departure, Taejun thinks how cutely silly Seong-A is to think he wouldn't worry about her just because she said so. He then heads to take a shower and feels his day getting pretty long already. After a while, Taejun starts to feel bored and realizes that he cannot stay put. So, he decides to go to the event anyway. Over at the event, Taejun's mom is quite happy with the number of volunteers she has gathered for the preparation. Some are there willingly, but others have been forced by their elders to be volunteers and look tired. Taejun's mother then asks them to place the boxes inside the booth. Soon, she spots Seong-A and thinks how she looks so happy to be here, even though she assumed Seong-A only came to impress her. She then approaches Seong-A and apologizes to her for calling her here when she is busy. She then asks if Taejun had any reaction to her coming here, but Seong-A rejects anything like that happening. She then asks if she has picked a wedding dress. Seong-A says that she has, but she seems unsure. So Taejun's mother asks her if her son harassed the staff there. Seong-A answers that he was just a bit stubborn. In a flashback scene, we see Seong-A coming out of the changing room and Taejun acting shocked to see her, staring at her as if the whole world suddenly went quiet. After Seong-A changes in her first dress, it looks so pretty that the entire staff is in awe and is sure that this wedding dress would suit her so perfectly. But that's not the case for Taejun, as he thinks the dress is too revealing. One of the staff members argues that dresses like these are normal in today's day and age, but Taejun doesn't argue further and asks if they have any other dresses. Just like that, Seong-A changes into multiple different clothes, only for Taejun to reject since they were a bit revealing. At last, Seong-A comes out wearing the last pick and seems to be very exhausted, even asking Taejun if he will keep on going to make her change dresses. However, this one fits perfectly to his liking, so Taejun decides on this one. In the present, Seong-A tells Taejun's mother how she didn't know her son was quite conservative. However, she is equally surprised to hear this, even tilting her head, because she never imagined Taejun would reject dresses like that. Then, Seong-A explains the problem with the dress. It's just a tad bit too medieval, and Taejun's mother cannot believe this, trying to picture her son choosing something so old-fashioned. Just then, an announcement is made that the event is about to begin. So Taejun's mother thanks Seong-A for helping out and hurries away to manage the volunteers. Later, during the event, Seong-A works very hard, catering to everyone there and their needs. She carries boxes, moves supplies, helps visitors, and keeps smiling even though her legs are starting to feel tired. Shortly after, she takes a moment to catch her breath and is quite exhausted with constant work, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Just then, Taejun makes a surprise entry with a bottle of cold water, mentioning how it's very hot in here. Seong-A is absolutely surprised to see him there as she asks him the reason for his visit, her eyes widening because she did not expect him at all. Taejun explains that he is there to escort her and take her home since a certain someone still hasn't come back. When Seong-A asks him why, Taejun explains that he has gotten tired of sitting at home and suggests that they head home now because he misses her already. But Seong-A only laughs at this, telling Taejun that it's only been 3 hours since the event started, emphasizing that she cannot leave right now. Taejun does argue that she has been working so long, but Seong-A remains undeterred and insists she must finish her duties. She even takes a dig at Taejun, asking him if he has been lying all along that he is a very busy man since he seems to have a lot of time on his hands, leaving him speechless while she tries not to burst out laughing. Taejun explains that it's his day off today and he doesn't want to just sit in his office and stare at papers all day. Moreover, he mentions that he doesn't like to stay at home all alone, unlike a certain someone. This time, Seong-A realizes Taejun is trying to imitate her. Seong-A recalls the night of her wedding announcement when Taejun approached her, and she told him she didn't want to be alone that night, and she becomes a little embarrassed remembering how emotional she had been. Seong-A then looks at Taejun and asks him if she really needs to be careful with every word she utters from now on, since he clearly remembers everything she says. Just then, Taejun's mother arrives and asks her son why he is here. Meanwhile, Taejun is holding on to Seong-A's back, who constantly asks him to let her go because they are outside in public, but he refuses playfully. Taejun explains that he came here to see his mother and do something good at the same time. But most of all, he came here to see Seong-A and her pretty face, which makes her cheeks warm with embarrassment. He then asks his mother when this all ends. To this, Seong-A responds and mentions that she just got started. This prompts Taejun to ask her if it won't take long. Seong-A reminds Taejun what she just told him. She just got started and still has a lot of work left to do. Meanwhile, Taejun's mother is happy to see these two so cheerful and close. She remembers how people were gossiping about these two a lot, whispering behind their backs, but she is sure that they would have changed their opinions by now after seeing them be in so much love with each other. Taejun then tells Seong-A that she has been working for a while and insists that she take a break. Taejun's mother also chimes in, assuring Seong-A that she will handle the matters here and that she should rest for a moment. Then, Taejun takes Seong-A to someplace private and asks when she will be done. She responds and mentions that she will finish when everything is sold and hopes that their booth will do well. Just then, Taejun gets an idea. He gets up excitedly, calls out for his mother, and tells her that he is going to buy everything here. Moreover, he tells her to donate all the items in the name of Seong-A. While Seong-A tries to stop Tjun from handing over his debit card, the mother grasps it before her, and just like that, the deal is done. Now, Seong-A is a bit annoyed since Tjun won't ever let her have her way and always acts on his own ideas. Even though Tjun calls out Seong-A for backing out on her word, she says that she can't leave everyone in the middle of work. Moreover, Seong-A tells Tjun to go back home and leave her alone to work. Clearly annoyed, Seong-A leaves, saying that she is serious about this and tells Tjun he should stop bothering her. Meanwhile, Tjun thinks that Seong-A is sorely mistaken to think that he will leave just because she said so, and he watches her walk away with a small smile. After she leaves with a temper, Tjun simply scoffs to himself, wondering if she really thinks he would just leave quietly and obediently just because she told him to. After a while, people around the area start noticing a guy sitting idly all by himself on a small chair. After observing him a bit more, they soon realize with shock that this guy is none other than the CEO of KCT Hotel, which surprises and confuses many of the volunteers who never expected someone like him to appear here and wait like that. Shortly after, Seong-A arrives back from her tasks and is surprised to see that Tjun is still there and hasn't moved at all. When she asks what he is still doing here, Tjun explains calmly that he is just waiting for her to finish her work and reminds her to go and take care of her duties since she herself said she was busy earlier. Before Seong-A can say anything in response, someone calls out for her loudly, saying that she is indeed needed right now, so she sprints away quickly, telling Tjun that she will be back soon. While leaving, Seong-A simply cannot understand why she is the one feeling embarrassed in this entire ordeal when he is the one being unreasonable and stubborn. After a while, Seong-A comes back again and doesn't find Tjun in his place. She begins to think quietly if he has left already, remembering how he was acting so stubborn, dramatic, and childish. After deciding in her mind that he has really left, Seong-A begins wondering sadly why Tjun even bothered sitting and waiting for her in the first place if he just wanted to leave halfway through. With a disappointed face, she thinks to herself how Tjun shouldn't have gotten her hopes up like this, wondering why he always confuses her feelings. Suddenly, she starts hearing some voices coming from behind. As she turns around, she sees Tjun, along with a group of volunteers, distributing warm coffee among everyone since they have been working very hard since morning. All of a sudden, the disappointed expression on Seong-A's face completely disappears and is now replaced with a bright, relieved smile as she takes a long breath, realizing that Tjun didn't leave after all and that he stayed to help people. When he approaches Seong-A, she asks him for her coffee, but Tjun says that she doesn't get one. Instead, he grabs her hand gently but firmly and tells her that he cannot take it anymore and begins taking her away, saying that she has worked too much already and needs to rest now. Meanwhile, Tjun's mother is watching him take Seong-A away, and one of the volunteers notices this moment as well. So, feeling embarrassed, Seong-A tries to explain to Tjun's mother that she is not leaving willingly and that Tjun is dragging her away. In response, Tjun's mother smiles and says that it is fine, mentioning how Tjun already told her about it beforehand. Furthermore, she thanks Seong-A warmly and sincerely for all the help she gave, reminding her that she was only supposed to help in the morning but still worked so hard the entire day. Seong-A is surprised to hear the part about Tjun talking to his mother, but he doesn't give her a chance to talk about it and insists strongly that they must now leave. After a while, the two find themselves inside the car. There, Seong-A emphasizes again that she really wanted to take this job seriously and questions Tjun as to why he had to get in her way like that, wondering why he always steps in without asking and why he thinks he can decide things for her all the time. Although these words sound a bit sharp, Tjun takes them lightly, telling Seong-A that she shouldn't talk like this to her highest-paying customer, trying to tease her so she won't stay upset. To Seong-A, that is not what's important at all though, and she looks away, still annoyed. Tjun then leans in to put the seatbelt on Seong-A. During that, he asks her where they should head to now, but Seong-A is confused as she doesn't know why he is asking her this question. Tjun explains that they have been very busy lately and have not had time for themselves, so he thinks it would be good for them to go somewhere and spend some quiet, quality time together. With an excited expression, she asks Tjun if he will really take her anywhere she wants to go. Tjun quickly confirms. Then Seong-A prepares to reveal where she wants to go as the two reach closer to each other, with Seong-A even holding Tjun's cheek gently. She then tells Tjun that she wants to go to the beach with him and asks if he would take her there. Instead of giving her a spoken response, Tjun simply leans in and shares a soft, warm kiss with her, filled with affection rather than passion, showing how much he cares. As the two break the kiss, Seong-A leans back on her seat, asking Tjun if he is not going to drive, reminding him how he promised to take her anywhere she wants to go. Moreover, she tells Tjun not to do anything like this ever again in the middle of a conversation. Acting confused, Tjun asks her if she is talking about the kiss. Tjun then apologizes to Seong-A, telling her that he couldn't help it because she looked so pretty. Furthermore, he explains that it's hard to control himself when she looks so beautiful and close to him. Without giving herself away, Seong-A asks Tjun to drive, but inside, her heart is literally melting and she tries to steady her breathing. Tjun then asks Seong-A why she wants to go to the beach out of the blue. She explains that her childhood was a bit complicated and that she never got to experience a beach outing ever, not even once. After hearing this, Tjun grabs her hand gently and tells Seong-A to tell him about all the places she hasn't gone to, assuring her that he will take her to each and every place she dreams of visiting someday. As the two share a heartfelt and gentle moment with each other, Seong-A mentions how there is a small rest stop nearby where they can take a short break and relax for a little while. She then turns to Tjun and asks softly if he has had a meal yet, but Tjun says otherwise, admitting that he has not eaten anything at all. So, Seong-A happily suggests that they have lunch together at the rest stop before going any further on their long trip. On top of that, she even offers to pay for the entire meal herself, proudly saying she can treat him this time and that he should let her do at least this much. After a few moments of contemplation, Tjun happily agrees, finding her excitement and energy adorable and charming in a way that makes him smile. He then proceeds to pull over to the restaurant at the side, parks the car, gets out, and just like a true gentleman, he walks around the car and opens the door for Seong-A to get out. Moreover, she grabs Tjun gently from his arm, leans her head onto him playfully, and says that she is very hungry, speaking in a dramatic and exaggerated tone to tease him and make him flustered. After saying this, Seong-A has a bright smile on her face, looking genuinely happy. As for Tjun, he is just standing there, pouting playfully as if she is putting too much pressure on him to feed her quickly, but he is clearly amused. After a while, the two are served with their meals. Seeing Tjun act so awkward while holding his burger, almost as if he does not know the proper way to eat it, Seong-A decides to ask him teasingly if he is really some rich heir who has never eaten or touched fast food his entire life. However, Tjun says otherwise and asks Seong-A if she herself likes these types of foods. Seong-A enjoys her food and says that of course she likes these meals, smiling brightly, and mentions how it has been so long since she had eaten something like this before. Seong-A recalls how she used to eat various fast food dishes along with fun street food snacks all the time with her friends before. She says that it was so much fun back then. Meanwhile, Tjun is just lost in her voice, watching her talk with bright eyes full of warmth. He softly calls out for Seong-A and tells her to let him know about everything she wants to do from now on. Caressing her cheek gently, he emphasizes for her to tell him everything, no matter how small or simple it may be. Meanwhile, Seong-A is surprised at the fact that Tjun just called her as Seong-A so gently. She remembers the moment when Tjun's mother gave her the family jewel to wear during the event today. Seong-A wanted to give it back to Tjun, but decided that he would be disappointed if she returned it too quickly. Furthermore, Seong-A is touched by the fact that this is the first time Tjun has called her name in such a soft and warm manner. Back at the restaurant, Tjun suggests to Seong-A that they become friends. She is confused for a moment, so Tjun explains to her how she should have someone she can call anytime when she wants things like this to happen. He adds that he wants to be that person for her. With a smile, Seong-A accepts this offer and thanks Tjun while calling him her friend, feeling her heart grow a little warmer and more comfortable. As the two make their way to the beach afterward, the wind is very fast, so Tjun grows a bit worried for Seong-A. He even warns her that she might get cold, but Seong-A says that this is all very refreshing for her. However, Taejun doesn't listen to her dumb reasons. He proceeds to take off his jacket and covers Seong-A with it, telling her once again that she might get cold. Seong-A is happy to see this and thanks Taejun for his kind behavior. Moreover, she sees this as the perfect opportunity to tease Taejun a little bit. She quickly crouches and begins to mess with Taejun's shoes. It turns out that she is just trying to take them off. When Taejun asks Seong-A why she is doing this, the latter explains that they might as well get their feet wet since they are on the beach. Just like that, the two spend some good quality time enjoying the beautiful and calming water, laughing and splashing around like two carefree people who finally got a break from reality. Later, they find themselves sitting quietly beside each other, listening to the gentle waves. There, Seong-A realizes that they have spent so much time here and suggests that they head back. Thereafter, Taejun says that it's late already and asks Seong-A if she wants to stay somewhere close by for the night. While Seong-A does want to, she understands she has to get back to reality and that her dream has to end at some point. So, she tells Taejun that it's better if they just head home. The two then find themselves in Taejun's car. Immediately, Taejun leans onto Seong-A to put on the seatbelt. However, the atmosphere suddenly becomes quiet and emotional as Taejun gently holds her face, and instead of acting on impulse, he gives her a soft, warm kiss filled with affection. The moment is deep but still innocent, like two people finally admitting how much they care for one another without saying the words out loud. Seong-A tries to remind him that people might see them from outside, but Taejun assures her that no one will come near and that she doesn't need to worry. He simply holds her hand afterward, resting his forehead against hers in a gentle, comforting way. Soon after, as they begin their drive, Seong-A becomes very sleepy and is fast asleep, even though she told Taejun earlier that she didn't want to stay somewhere close by. Watching her sleep, Taejun is overwhelmed with emotions. He goes on to caress her hair softly, while thinking how he has really started to like Seong-A a lot, more than he ever expected, and how peaceful she looks when she rests beside him. Taejun then takes Seong-A to their hotel room. There, he gently helps her change into a nightdress and puts her to bed so she can rest comfortably. The very next morning, Taejun wakes up beside her while Seong-A is still fast asleep. He thinks about how he couldn't take his eyes off of Seong-A when he first saw her. He understands that he is the one who intruded into her life and changed everything for her. Moreover, Taejun recalls how he used to say some pretty mean and hurtful things to her earlier, like how one time he told her that he didn't like when other people pried into his business, saying it in a cold and distant tone. Taejun realizes now that it was something he should have never said, because the truth was that he didn't want to give in to his feelings back then and was scared of showing his true emotions. He gets up from the bed slowly, holds his head with both hands, calling himself an idiot for saying those mean things to Seong-A and for pushing her away when, deep down, he actually cared about her more than he ever admitted. Moreover, Taejun recalls how his and Seong-A's relationship is supposed to be strictly a business relationship, something arranged and emotionless. However, he believes this doesn't matter anymore, not even a little. He thinks that if Seong-A stays with him for the rest of his life, he can accomplish anything and everything because she gives him strength, comfort, and a sense of belonging that he never felt before. After a while, Taejun finally leaves, and soon after, Seong-A wakes up, yawning softly and stretching her arms. After finding Taejun absent from the bed, she decides to check her phone, where she notices that she has received numerous texts from him. In these texts, Taejun has mentioned that he will be very busy, so he has asked Seong-A not to wait for him, telling her gently to rest and not stress. She gets disappointed after reading these messages, realizing that she only got her hopes up for no reason and feeling a little foolish for expecting too much from him so early in the morning. But then she reads the messages below. In these messages, Taejun has asked Seong-A to come to dinner with him as a proper date. Moreover, he has even mentioned that he will be very saddened if she refuses this offer, which makes her heart flutter wildly and brings a shy smile to her face. Back at the office, Taejun is approached by Yunmin, who hands over a dossier to him with a serious expression. Furthermore, Yunmin informs Taejun that the Hanwol Textiles Extraordinary Shareholders Meeting will be held tomorrow afternoon. Taejun is surprised that it's happening already, prompting Yunmin to remind him that he was the one who asked for things to be sped up earlier. Taejun then demands to know about the status of the whole situation. So, Yunmin explains that mutual payment was an option at first, but now it has gone out of question. On top of that, many inside the group are opposing this decision strongly, and some are even concerned that this will lead to the entire group becoming insolvent, causing tension, confusion, and fear among the members. Taejun thinks that's great, and he feels even more confident about the plan, believing the pressure will push things in the direction he wants. Then, Yunmin asks him if he is going there personally. While he waits for an answer, Yunmin secretly hopes that Taejun will say no because he knows how dangerous and stressful these situations can become. But that's not the case at all, because Taejun calmly says that he will be there without hesitation. He then asks Yunmin about Hanwol. Yunmin explains that they received a phone call from the CEO himself, who requested that they meet before the shareholders' meeting if possible. Taejun asks Yunmin to tell them that he is free later this evening and that this is when the meeting can be held. He then proceeds to ask Yunmin about Prince Jamil. Yunmin reveals that the prince is going to land at the airport tomorrow morning, but this time might overlap with Hanwol's meeting, and this concerns Taejun greatly as he doesn't want delays. But soon, Yunmin mentions that the prince has a matter to attend to immediately after landing. This is great news for Taejun, as it gives him free time and a chance to keep both matters under control. Moreover, Taejun instructs Yunmin to tighten the security and notify him right away when Prince Jamil arrives at the hotel. Just then, Taejun's phone gets a notification and his face becomes bright with a smile. He then asks Yunmin to leave without even looking at him, surprising him since he has never seen Taejun make that expression before. Somewhere else, a bunch of men from KCT Hotel has gone to meet Mr. Kim. He is completely angry about the fact that the KCT group wants him to leave his position. The man from KCT tries to explain that he is not handing over his company to them. They are only replacing him with people who can manage Hanwol Textiles properly. Kim protests that Hanwol cannot be Hanwol without the Kim family, but the man argues that if the family could handle the problem, they wouldn't be here asking him to step down. Kim blames the man for this and says that he should fix the whole matter, explaining that this is the reason he gave him such power. Meanwhile, the man smirks quietly, wondering if Kim really believes someone would take the blame for his son's actions. Kim then holds his head in disbelief, thinking that all of this is because of that girl, Seong-A, and even believing that she should have married his son. This is when it gets revealed to Kim that it was actually his own son who messed with the KCT hotel first. Word has been going around that Jiune has been secretly working with Ki Seung-min, the executive director of the KCT group. The KCT men leave a document for Kim to read. After reading it carefully, Kim becomes furious and angrily calls out for Hyun, ordering him to bring Jiune to him immediately. Taejun receives a text from Seong-A who tells him that she is going to be there soon. So, she asks Taejun not to start eating all alone. Taejun agrees to wait, but insists that Seong-A hurry up as he is missing her already. Shortly after, Seong-A opens the door to Taejun's office and announces her arrival. Immediately, Taejun asks her why she is late. To this, Seong-A responds and mentions that she was on the phone call with his mother and questions Taejun if she made him wait for a long time. However, Taejun is still stuck on the fact that his mother called Seong-A, so he asks why she called her. Seong-A explains that his mother asked if she was free on the weekend. When Seong-A said yes, Taejun's mother invited her to dinner again before she and Taejun get busy with the wedding preparations. Taejun asks Seong-A if they really have to go. In response, Seong-A shows understanding and tells Taejun that she can go to this dinner alone if he will still be busy. Taejun tells Seong-A she doesn't have to go either if she is busy, but she actually wants to be there. Gradually, Seong-A has started feeling that she is really a part of this family, and Taejun understands this. So, he holds her hand to stop her from worrying and tells Seong-A that she can attend this dinner if she really wants to go, but with him. Moreover, he says that he will ask his secretary to free his schedule for the dinner. Meanwhile, Seong-A is just happy by the fact that Taejun is showing her so much compassion and has been agreeing on everything she wants to do. She then sees a random box beside Taejun and asks him about it. Taejun mentions that he almost forgot about it and proceeds to open the box. Inside the box is delicious-looking sushi, and Taejun remembers that Seong-A really likes it, which makes her feel even more confused because everything he is doing today seems extra thoughtful. This makes her overthink even more, and she wonders if he is acting this sweet because something bad is coming. She tries to smile, but her worry keeps growing, and she does not know how to ask him directly. This eventually leads to more anxious thoughts, and now she thinks that Tjun might be planning on leaving her, even though there is no real reason to think that. Meanwhile, Tjun notices Seong-A's strange behavior and her lip biting. During this, Seong-A accidentally ends up with a small wound on her lips. So, Tjun slowly and gently touches the corner of her lips, asking in a soft and careful voice if they hurt, making sure his gesture stays respectful and comforting, showing that he simply wants to take care of her feelings. In a soft voice, Seong-A speaks and mentions that she is fine, but Tjun is definitely not convinced. He says that he is not fine if her lips really hurt. Moreover, he asks her not to bite her lips anymore while mentioning that it hurts him to see her hurting. As the two share this heartfelt moment, it is inevitable that they lean toward each other and share a compassionate, gentle kiss that stays warm and emotional rather than intense, the kind that simply shows how much they care for each other. Seong-A gets in her feelings and grows a bit overwhelmed as the kiss goes on because her heart starts beating very fast and she cannot calm herself. Tjun then breaks the kiss, asking Seong-A to wake up, saying that they have to eat the food as well, even though his voice is soft and a little amused. Meanwhile, Seong-A cannot understand how he is asking her to eat in this situation, as she feels like her emotions were too strong and she was almost shaking from how overwhelmed she felt. As time goes on, the two enjoy sushi while feeding one another in a playful and affectionate way that makes them both smile. Back at Hanwul, Jihoon is being escorted by Hyun to Kim's office. Jihoon asks Hyun why his father cannot call him directly. Basically, he is just trying to find the reason as to why he is being summoned to his father's office. Jihoon also frowns over the fact that he got called right when he was about to have fun. Hyun explains that Kim insisted on bringing Jihoon to his office, and his tone shows that he does not want to argue. When Jihoon asks Hyun to tell him something, the latter simply tells him to go inside the office. Inside the office, Jihoon doesn't believe he has made a mistake and asks his father if he just wants him to sit idly and not do a thing. Kim explains to Jihoon that he has gone too far with his actions. He explains that there was a plan in motion, but it was very wrong of Jihoon to rush things anyway. Jihoon continues to explain his stance, but Kim is not having it. He quietly thinks to himself how he always believed his son would have helped him accomplish his goals. Instead, he feels disappointed and thinks of Jihoon as foolish. Kim recalls how Jihoon just had to force Yoon to marry off her daughter to him, and then he would have taken over Dae Joo construction. On top of that, he could have even taken over the entire Dae Joo group later on and stopped KCT from advancing. But now, everything is ruined and Jihoon is the one at fault. Kim then hands over an envelope to Jihoon and asks him to open it. Inside the envelope is a boarding pass, and just by seeing it, Jihoon is agitated. Kim then asks Jihoon to lay low for a while and not to come back until he tells him to. After getting his point across to Jihoon, Kim asks if there is anyone outside his room. Immediately, Hyun and one other man respond. Kim then asks the two to take Jihoon and get him out of here. Jihoon keeps on trying to fight back, using all his force to make the men drop him, but to no avail. Eventually, he is thrown out of Kim's office like some outsider, and the shock on his face shows how deeply this hurts his pride. Jihoon believes that he has always worked himself to the bone for his family and for the company, giving everything he had without holding anything back. But then, as his anger grows stronger, Jihoon thinks of a way to get back at his father and everyone who pushed him aside. He remembers that he has a memory card with all the data regarding Dae Joo construction. Apparently, this was given to Jihoon by Seong-min, and he believes that this data can take down Dae Joo in one fell swoop if he uses it at the right moment. He is clearly furious at Taejun as well, and believes that Taejun won't be the one laughing when he uses this data to destroy everything they have built. Later, we see that the important meeting has started. In this meeting, the host explains that the agenda of today's meeting is the dismissal of all the executive directors and the election of a completely new board of directors. Jihoon was one of the members who got dismissed from the board, and although he never showed up to face everyone, Taejun believes that it's better for his own sake, since showing his face there would have been even more humiliating and heartbreaking. The host then mentions that this is the end of the meeting. As soon as the meeting commenced, most of the relatives of President Kim were also dismissed from the board, which shows how strong and firm the decision truly was. As soon as Tjun is leaving after the meeting, the host asks for a moment with him, stopping him politely. He then tells Tjun that it's all thanks to him that this happened and that the company can move forward. Tjun accepts the appreciation and tells him that he hopes they won't ever have to make a deal like this again, expressing a wish for better days ahead. The host mentions that he understands exactly what Tjun is trying to convey. Moreover, Tjun asks to be excused. As he is leaving, the host looks back at Tjun and understands that he shouldn't underestimate him just because he is young, because Tjun has already shown how capable, strategic, and confident he is when handling complicated matters. After getting in his car, Tjun tells his assistant Hwang to head to the hotel right away. Hwang reveals to Tjun that the chairman has asked to call him right after the meeting. Tjun decides to comply with his father's order and proceeds to give him a phone call. Ki asks his son about the meeting and how it went. Tjun says that everything has been taken care of. He then asks about his uncle, to which Ki reveals that he will be staying in China for a while. Kai then begins to apologize to Tjun, saying that he should have known his uncle would do something like this one day and believing that he should have been more cautious. But Tjun asks his father not to blame himself, as he could not have possibly known this outcome, and he gently tells his father that worrying about the past will not change anything now. After ending the phone call, Tjun begins to wonder what Seong-A would be doing, and he starts imagining where she might be at that very moment, feeling a quiet longing inside him. So he decides to call her and ask about it. Seong-A asks Tjun if he is done with his work. To this, Tjun says that he didn't do anything extraordinary and mentions that most of the work was done by Hwang. Seong-A realizes that Hwang is very hardworking, so she tells Tjun that he must give Hwang a vacation as well as a bonus, speaking in a playful but serious tone. Tjun agrees and says that he will consider it. He then asks Seong-A what she is doing. She explains that she is with his mother and asks Tjun if he remembers about the dinner they are going to have tonight. Tjun confirms that he remembers. Seong-A then asks Tjun not to worry and assures him that she is not going to wear anything scandalous in front of everyone at the dinner, making it sound like a small joke to lighten the mood. After ending the phone call, Tjun's mother asks Seong-A if that was Tjun on the phone call. Seong-A confirms that it was indeed Tjun. Tjun's mother then remembers that her son and Seong-A must be very busy welcoming important guests at night and says that she hopes she is not becoming an obstacle between the two. Instead, Seong-A asks Tjun's mother to have tea with her and says that she is not actually busy. Hearing this, Tjun's mother is quite happy, and Seong-A wishes that she should have asked her out sooner, seeing how happy Tjun's mother was just from a simple invitation. Just then, she receives an important phone call from someone, so she excuses herself and asks Seong-A to head up first. As Seong-A heads toward the elevator, a woman, Mangju, comes out from there and is surprised to see Seong-A there. She then grabs her hand and pulls her inside the elevator, saying that a chat between them has been long overdue. Seong-A asks Mangju if they really have anything to talk about with each other, sounding genuinely confused and unsure why Mangju even approached her. But Mangju proceeds to talk with Seong-A anyway, ignoring her hesitation. She tells Seong-A that she is much better than how she originally imagined her to be, speaking in a tone that sounds like a compliment but feels more like a hidden insult. Mangju says she would never have thought that someone like Seong-A would know how to wrap a man around her finger like that, making it sound as if Seong-A has some secret trick to control people. Moreover, Mangju adds how she once thought Seong-A was a complete fool when Jiune talked about her in the past, which leaves Seong-A completely stunned because she has no idea what Mangju is referring to. Mangju then explains that Seong-A now has someone who would do anything for her at the drop of a hat, making it sound unbelievable and almost irritating to her. She then tries to take another dig at Seong-A, asking if she makes her request with Tjun before or after she gets close to him, using sharp and pointed words that were clearly meant to hurt, but softened just enough to sound polite on the surface. Mangju continues, saying that she has always heard people should watch out for the quiet ones, and claims that Seong-A is the living proof of that saying. She then asks Seong-A to reveal her secret, almost demanding to know how she managed to win Tjun's heart. Still confused, Seong-A calmly asks Mangju what has made her so irritated, and explains again that she truly has no idea what Mangju is talking about. but Mangju refuses to believe her and asks if Seong-A really thinks she can lie her way out of this situation. Furthermore, she questions whether Hanwol Textile is her doing, accusing her directly. Seong-A continues to act confused, which sparks an angry reaction from Mangju, who raises her voice and calls out Seong-A for lying constantly. She even asks if Seong-A wants revenge that badly. Mangju admits she understands it was wrong of them to make fun of Seong-A before, but insists that Seong-A should not try to ruin their lives over it. Seong-A finally makes it clear that she does not care what Mangju and Jihoon are doing together and that she wants no part in their personal problems. Moreover, she asks Mangju to stop blaming her for things she did not do, reminding her that she should go to the people actually responsible if something bad is happening. Mangju hesitates for a second and realizes that Seong-A might be right, so she decides not to argue further. But before leaving, she warns Seong-A not to mock her and not to act as if she is above everyone else. After Mangju leaves, Seong-A drops down slowly in disbelief, wondering if she actually handled the situation the right way. Moreover, she realizes that she must learn to act on her own now, because Tjun cannot defend her every single time, and she feels a strange mix of fear, pressure, and determination as she tells herself quietly that she must grow stronger, even if it takes time, courage, and many more difficult moments like this. After a while, Mangju gets out of the elevator and walks toward the exit. Along the way, she bumps into many people because she is completely lost in her thoughts. Many people speculate that she must have had an argument with someone because her expression looks tense and upset, and she walks without paying attention to anyone around her. After getting in her car, Mangju recalls confronting Jihoon about their wedding not happening, and her frustration rises all over again as she thinks about everything that has fallen apart. Jihoon tells her that it's not his fault that the groom ran away. Mangju then tries to connect all the dots and wonders why the groom ran away just 3 days before her wedding, something that still makes no sense to her. Moreover, Mangju remembers how she always hated seeing that bright smile on Seong-A's face. Because of that, she resented her deeply, and this resentment is why she tried to make Seong-A feel embarrassed in the past. Instead, Mangju ended up being the one embarrassed, which hurts her pride even more now. Back at the KCT hotel, Jamil hopes that Seong-A will be very helpful in the development of Al-Ris. She responds modestly, saying that she will do her best and is grateful for the opportunity. Prince Jamil then gets up and says that he is looking forward to their next meeting. As Tjun and Seong-A head back to the hotel room, Tjun is clearly jealous and tells Seong-A how Jamil seems to have taken an immediate liking to her. Seong-A believes he is just being ridiculous and tells him not to exaggerate. This makes Tjun wonder if she thinks he is joking, but he chooses not to continue the topic because he does not want to seem childish. The two then sit down together on the couch. Tjun realizes that Seong-A must have something on her mind, so he asks if she wants him to guess it. Without waiting for her answer, he mentions that she must be worried about the meeting regarding the director firing and Mangju. Seong-A is surprised that he knows. Tjun explains that he did not remove the directors for personal revenge alone, but also because it was necessary for the future of KCT Hotel. Seong-A asks him if that is really true, and Tjun says he cannot lie to her anymore. He decides to be honest and tells her he will reveal the truth now. Tjun explains that from the very beginning, he decided to punish Jihoon and Mangju for what they did to Seong-A. He made it his personal mission to make sure anyone who hurt her would face consequences. Now, Seong-A is confused and asks what she should think of this. Tjun finally confesses that he has truly fallen for her and asks if she is still confused after hearing how he feels. Tjun looks at Seong-A with deep love in his eyes and tells her softly that he likes her so much that she cannot even imagine the true depth of his feelings that run deeper than she realizes and have grown stronger with every moment they have shared. Meanwhile, Seong-A is left completely stunned, almost frozen in place, wondering if she truly heard everything correctly or if her mind is somehow playing tricks on her because it all feels too unreal and too overwhelming. She thinks to herself that anyone can say they like or love someone, and sometimes people say such things lightly without meaning them, so she becomes scared that she might believe him too quickly and get hurt. Because of this fear and doubt, Seong-A tells Tjun that she likes him too, but quickly adds with a shaky voice that she likes him only as a friend, a good friend, trying trying her best to protect herself from hoping too much or expecting something she may never have. Immediately, Tjun decides that there should be no room for misunderstandings at all, so he speaks clearly and firmly, telling her that she absolutely must know what he truly meant. He explains that he has been interested in her ever since he first laid eyes on her, and that something about her always pulls him in like a magnet, no matter how hard he tries to ignore it. He says he simply does not know what to do with himself when she is around, and that she is the only person he can see in a crowded room, the only one who stands out to him. Seong-A is still in disbelief because she never expected someone like Tjun to have such strong and sincere feelings for her. She wonders if he might be joking or lying or exaggerating in the heat of the moment, even though his eyes show complete seriousness, honesty, and sincerity. She reflects on how she always believed she could never interest him and how she hid her own feelings for so long because she thought he would never return them, so protecting her heart felt safer. At the same time, Tjun continues speaking gently and tells her that he wants her to be the person who will cheer him on and take care of him for the rest of his life, someone he can lean on and trust. This makes everything feel even more real, and Seong-A slowly starts to understand that Tjun is telling the truth. She still cannot believe that the person she has admired for so long feels the same way about her. Tjun even adds that he wants to do everything in life with her by his side, and that as long as he has her support, they can overcome any difficulty together. But Seong-A reminds Tjun of the deal they once made, the promise that their relationship would not turn into something real. It seems she is trying to push him away because she is scared to trust her own happiness. Tjun says he understands what this marriage arrangement meant for her and how she valued her freedom, but he explains that he simply wanted to confess his true feelings before he lost the chance. Moreover, he reassures her softly that he will not hold her back or take away her freedom, no matter how deeply he cares for her. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Seong-A pushes Tjun back gently, telling him not to play with her feelings anymore or confuse her heart. Tjun realizes that she is not doing this out of anger, but because her heart is scared and confused and does not know how to handle this sudden happiness. So he tries to calm her down, speaking gently and carefully. He asks Seong-A if she really believes he would ever toy with her feelings and how he could possibly play around with someone as precious as her. But Seong-A, still overwhelmed, says that believing him would make her feel like she is doing something wrong. Tjun can clearly see her fear, so he leans in slowly, holds her face softly between his hands, and gives her a light, tender kiss meant only to comfort her. After this, Seong-A blushes heavily, her face turning warm, and Tjun breaks the kiss with a small smile. He tells her that when she looks like that, it becomes extremely hard for him to control his feelings because she affects him so much. He explains that he hopes she now understands why he sometimes acts strange around her. He then hugs her tightly, as if trying to take away all her doubts, and says in a low voice that he is feeling desperate because he loves her so deeply. After the hug, Seong-A warns Tjun that she has nothing to give him in return, but Tjun shakes his head gently. He says he never wanted anything from her except her feelings, reminding her that all he wishes for is her love. He asks her not to worry about anything else and to just focus on the two of them in this moment. Now, Seong-A is on the verge of breaking and can no longer hide her emotions. She hugs him tightly again and finally confesses that she really likes him as well. Tjun smiles widely after hearing this, happiness filling his face. He lifts her up in his arms and carries her toward the bedroom, but the moment the door closes, the scene fades away, keeping everything private and respectful. Later, the two lie together peacefully, still holding each other as if afraid to let go. Seong-A cuddles into Tjun and shyly asks if he truly meant it when he said he fell for her the very first moment he saw her. Tjun assures her that it is the truth and asks why she keeps asking when he already confessed. Seong-A admits softly that she just likes hearing it again. In the warm, gentle mood, she brushes her hand lightly across his chest in a playful and innocent way. Tjun reacts with surprise, leans over her again, and with a teasing smile asks if she is trying to start another long conversation with him since the night is still young and they have plenty of time simply to be close to each other. Taejun believes very strongly that there is no one in the world who can handle Seong-A better than he can, and he asks her in a confident but gentle voice if she can take it again, mentioning softly that the night is still very young and that there is still plenty of time left for the two of them to continue. Without giving any spoken response, Seong-A simply laughs in a playful and slightly breathless way and grabs Taejun by his neck, pulling him closer with slow but sure movements before locking her lips with his once again. Just like that, the two of them begin again, falling naturally back into their intense moment as if nothing had paused at all. Taejun tries with all his strength and all his focus to pleasure Seong-A in every way he can, giving everything he has, while Seong-A can only make soft but very intimate noises because she is completely overwhelmed by the strong and warm sensations she is feeling at that moment. The act starts again smoothly, and the two of them enjoy themselves to the fullest, losing track of everything else around them. At one point, Seong-A starts to look tired and her breathing becomes heavier, so Taejun pauses for a moment and gently asks her if she wants to stop and rest. Instead of answering with words, Seong-A becomes even more active, making it clear through her actions that she wants to continue, and so the two keep going together. 2 days after this intense night, Seong-A steps out of the shower feeling fresh and clean, and she seems quite happy with her life and how things have been moving forward recently. However, one thing continues to bother her deeply in the back of her mind. She remembers the moment when she discovered from Taejun that Mangju had broken off her engagement with Jiune. When she asked why, Taejun explained that it might be because Mr. Kim had run away, which immediately surprised Seong-A because she had not expected something so serious. Taejun confirms his words and mentions that a rumor has been going around saying that Mr. Kim secretly sent his son, Jiune, somewhere abroad. Hearing this, Seong-A begins to side with Mangju because she cannot believe that Jiune actually ran away when their wedding was so close. She understands that maybe he had been in a hurry or dealing with pressure, but she still thinks that none of that gives him the right to leave his fiancé and run away like that. Seong-A did not know that Jiune could be this irresponsible, and she now thinks he is truly terrible for what he did. She also finally understands where all of Minju's frustration came from during their tense encounter in the elevator. Although Seong-A feels a little sorry for Mangju now, she is still unwilling to fully forgive her for being rude and harsh in that moment. Just then, Taejun arrives and immediately catches Seong-A's attention. She asks if he is leaving already, and Taejun confirms, explaining that an urgent matter has come up and he needs to take care of it right away. Before heading out, he asks Seong-A when she plans to leave, and she replies calmly that she will leave as soon as she finishes getting ready. With a kiss, Taejun bids his farewell to Seong-A, who is impressed by how caring and gentle Taejun is toward her, and this simple moment makes her heart feel warm. She then begins worrying about what bag to take for the day, thinking in a slow and unsure way because she wants to choose something that feels right and comfortable. Soon, Seong-A spots one of her bags and thinks that it is always convenient for her. Just then, Seong-A notices the envelope she got from her mother, and she pauses as she wonders what she should do with it. She thinks about how it would feel rude and disrespectful to give the envelope back to her mother, yet she also does not want to keep it. So, she stands there thinking quietly about what to do with it. After a moment of hesitation, she puts the envelope back, deciding she will think about it later when her mind is calmer. She then remembers how she has not talked with her mom for a long time, so she decides to give her a phone call. At first, the two ask each other how they are doing, speaking politely and softly, and then Seong-A asks her mother how things have been going with her. Her mother explains that things are going as usual and then gently questions Seong-A in return, asking when she is coming home. Seong-A replies that she has to deal with a few things where she is and then she will be heading home afterward. Her mother suspects that things might be difficult for her daughter, so she tells her not to hurry if the problem is something personal or painful for her. Then, she even asks Seong-A if Taejun is making her do this, worried that someone might be pressuring her. Seong-A immediately assures her mother that there is nothing like that, and she says calmly that she will come home because she truly wants to. Only then does her mother let out a sigh of relief, sounding comforted. She ends the phone call by telling her daughter to say hi to Taejun. When the call ends, Seong-A decides that she will head home all by herself. She understands that people have been gossiping behind her back, saying unkind things about her and calling her a characterless person, claiming that she keeps changing men every day. Some even say that she is just a fling for Taejun. So Seong-A decides that the best choice is for her to go back home so people will stop talking rubbish. She realizes she has been depending on Taejun for too long and that she now needs to stand on her own two legs. She is also concerned that she and Taejun are now starting a personal relationship instead of a business one, and she wonders if life will go back to the old days when she had no freedom. But she quickly wipes away these thoughts, knowing they will only bring negativity, and she decides to focus on what she can do right now. Later, Seong-A heads to a medical center to get her health condition checked up, wanting to make sure everything is okay and feeling a little nervous but still calm. Moreover, she decides to head to the hotel after she is done from here and worries that she might be late, hoping that things will go smoothly. Just then, the nurse approaches Seong-A and informs her that it's her turn now and asks her to get inside. As soon as Seong-A enters the doctor's room, she is surprised to see a familiar face. She is shocked to see Seok-won there, who warmly greets Seong-A. Moreover, he comments on how it has been a while since they both saw each other and asks how she has been these past few days in a friendly way. Seong-A responds and confirms that she has been doing fine, trying to sound polite and normal. Then, she mentions how she heard about Seok-won being busy and asks what he has been doing. In response, Seok-won simply points to his badge, making Seong-A understand that he has been doing the work of a doctor. Seok-won then gets up from his seat and says that although he is a doctor, this is not his seat. Instead, it is his professor's seat, and he just came here to try it out for a moment. Seong-A is surprised to hear this and asks if that's not concerning for him. Seok-won says that it is indeed not allowed at all. Then he quickly proceeds to grab her hand and escapes the room as fast as he can. As they get to the hallway, Seok-won slows down a bit and is sure that Taejun didn't tell her that he would be escorting her that day. Seong-A defends Taejun and says that she is sure he would have just forgotten. But Seok-won explains that he knows Taejun well and says he doesn't forget anything. Furthermore, Seok-won says that he is sure Taejun didn't deliberately tell her about him being her doctor. But Seong-A is still confused, so Seok-won explains more clearly and mentions that Taejun would be jealous to know that Seong-A and he would have fun together. On top of that, he cannot be here. Seong-A realizes this might be the case and begins to smile, thinking how cute Taejun gets when he is jealous. Seong-A then notices they have been holding hands for too long and politely asks Seok-won to let go of her hand since many have been watching them. Seok-won quickly releases her hand and apologizes for offending her. Just then, Seok-won receives an urgent phone call from someone. As the phone call ends, Seok-won excuses himself in front of Seong-A, apologizing politely and saying that he needs to deal with some urgent business that suddenly came up and requires his immediate attention. Moreover, Seok-won reveals that he already told the other doctors about Seong-A coming here, so he assures her gently that they will treat her accordingly and take good care of her without any worry. Seong-A thanks Seok-won for being so kind to her, and as he leaves, she thinks quietly to herself about how Taejun is lucky to have such a good and reliable friend by his side. Later, Seong-A is seen leaving the hospital after finishing her checkup. There, she unexpectedly encounters Seok-won once again in his car. She asks him if he is back already and seems surprised to see him again so soon. In response, Seok-won says that he was just heading out and then asks Seong-A if she is going to the hotel also. When Seong-A confirms this, Seok-won offers to give her a ride in a friendly and casual way. After a bit of hesitation and thinking, Seong-A agrees to go with him because she does not want to trouble anyone further. As she gets inside the car, she quickly tells Seok-won that she should have thanked him earlier for all his kindness and helpfulness during her visit. But Seok-won says that it's no big deal and tells her not to worry about it. Seong-A then asks him why he is heading to the hotel anyway. At first, Seok-won doesn't give her the information and says that it's nothing serious, trying to avoid the topic. But then he finally explains that his father found a matchmaking for him and set up a date for him at the hotel. So he is going to meet a girl there and see where things go from there, hoping it will not be too awkward. Moreover, Seok-won explains that after the announcement of Taejun's marriage, his father thought it would be great to marry off his son as well. Seong-A feels a bit concerned about Seok-won and advises him to just explain his point of view to his father if he is not interested in doing these things. But Seok-won says that he actually likes meeting new people and is even hopeful that he might find a soulmate for himself, just like she did with Taejun. Seong-A is a little taken aback after hearing this, but that is because she is receiving a phone call from Taejun. After she picks up the phone call, Taejun already sounds agitated as soon as he greets her. Then he asks Seong-A where she is. Seong-A responds and says that she is on her way to the hotel. In response, Taejun asks her why she didn't take the car he sent for her. It is then that Seong-A explains that she is in the car with Seok-won. Hearing this, as expected, Taejun starts lashing out on Seong-A and tells her to get to the hotel as soon as possible, but he also tells her to be careful. Hearing Taejun's voice, Seok-won realizes that Taejun would eat him alive if he doesn't drop Seong-A off at the hotel immediately. So, without any delay, he steps on the gas and rushes the car forward. In the hotel's lobby, an Arab kid is in an unconscious state as his guardian tries desperately to wake him up, gently shaking him and calling his name again and again. Meanwhile, a number of people are gathered around to see this event unfold, forming a worried circle around the child. The hotel's staff is also there, looking nervous and unsure about what they should do in such a scary moment. Meanwhile, Seong-A arrives as well, walking into the lobby with no idea of what is happening. As she makes her way through the large crowd, carefully pushing through the people standing in her way, Seong-A is shocked and surprised to see that the kid is suffering from a seizure. There, a hotel staff member quietly asks his manager what they should do and waits for guidance because he does not want to make a mistake. As for Seong-A, she quickly figures out that the guardian must be panicking because of so many people around her, all staring and whispering. She wonders if the guardian is in a state of panic because the men around her might be making her feel scared or uncomfortable. Just then, Seok-won arrives and asks what's going on, sounding serious and concerned as he looks at the situation. Soon, Seok-won notices that the young guy is losing his consciousness even further. He quickly tries to approach him before things go bad, but Seong-A stops Seok-won by holding onto his hand, asking him softly to wait for just a moment. Seok-won tries to explain to her that the situation is extremely serious right now and that there is absolutely no time to waste. Although he cannot give a clear diagnosis just by looking at the guy from a distance, Seok-won is sure that if the young boy doesn't receive enough oxygen during a seizure, he could develop respiratory failure and even go into cardiac arrest. Meanwhile, Seong-A calmly tells Seok-won to trust her and once again asks him to wait, reassuring him that she has a reason. This time, Seok-won agrees but firmly says that he will jump into action the moment he sees that the boy's condition is getting worse. Seong-A then approaches the hotel staff and asks if they have contacted the management yet. They say they have not, leading Seong-A to ask if they have called for emergency services then. The staff finally says that they have done that, so Seong-A asks them to head to the medical office and get some medical supplies from there. Moreover, she suggests that they cooperate with Seok-won because he can instruct them much better in a medical emergency. Seok-won then instructs the staff to remove any objects that might cause harm to the child and asks them to put a pillow or something soft under the child's head. Seong-A approaches the guardian lady and tells her gently that she is a member of the staff. Furthermore, she assures the lady that they are there to help and explains that the kid must be taken to the hospital once the ambulance arrives. It is then that the lady pulls out a card with the guardian's name, Fiancé, and number on it. Moreover, she reveals that the child's name is Manar. Seong-A then hands over the card to Seok-won and asks him to contact Fiancé and let her know about her son Manar's condition, speaking gently but firmly because the situation is serious. Seok-won quickly rings Fiancé and lets her know that her son is suffering from an emergency and needs help right away. As the phone call ends, Seok-won announces that the guardian has been informed and that they will be here soon, trying to reassure everyone standing nearby. Not long after, the ER team arrives and quickly heads inside the hotel, moving with urgency as they push through the crowd. They ask around about a patient, mentioning that they were called urgently and need to locate the child as fast as possible. Shortly after, Manar is carefully placed on the stretcher and then taken straight to the ambulance. As the ambulance leaves for the hospital, Seong-A approaches the guardian lady and tells her softly that she will come to the hospital as well. However, as Seong-A rushes out toward the hospital in a hurry, she accidentally drops her purse at the hotel without even noticing it. Later, she and Seok-won are waiting in the hospital hallway for the doctors to come out with a diagnosis. As they wait in the quiet but tense atmosphere, Seok-won speaks up and tells Seong-A that she really saved the day today. Moreover, he says that if it wasn't for her, then the child might be suffering even more than he is right now. However, Seong-A shows modesty, explaining that she didn't do anything special, but Seok-won tells her to take the credit because if it wasn't for her, then the child would not have been at the hospital by now and things could have been much worse. Seong-A still doesn't take the credit and instead thanks Seok-won for coming along with her and helping so much. In response, Seok-won tells her that it is a doctor's duty to follow his patients and support them in every way he can. Moreover, he says that Tjun would not let this slide easily. Seong-A is confused by what he means, so Seok-won explains that once Tjun finds out that the staff members could not do anything for the seizure and were not capable enough, he is going to fire them without hesitation. Hearing this, Seong-A jolts up from her seat saying that Tjun isn't that strict and she is sure he would understand the situation. Deciding not to argue further, Seok-won agrees with Seong-A. Seong-A then asks Seok-won if he is okay. Since he doesn't understand why she is asking this, Seong-A reminds him how he was supposed to meet someone at the hotel. This was something that totally slipped his mind, so Seok-won says that he is going to go now and talk with the person he was supposed to meet. As he is about to leave, Tjun suddenly barges inside, calling out loudly for Seong-A. He quickly rushes to her and hugs her tightly, asking where she has been and why she didn't pick up her phone, adding that he has been extremely worried for her the whole time. Tjun rushes in a heartbeat to Seong-A, almost running toward her without thinking, leading her to question how he even found her here in the hospital so quickly. Instead of responding right away, Tjun just says that he has been dead worried about her and could not calmly sit still for even a moment. After they break the hug, Seong-A gently asks Tjun if something happened with him or if something scared him on the way. Tjun tries to explain, but he is running out of his breath because he hurried so much. Eventually, Tjun manages to explain that he went to the hotel and found out that Seong-A went to the hospital, which made him panic even more. Seong-A hugs him tightly once again, assuring him that she is fine and asking him to breathe slowly. Then, she asks him to tell her exactly what he heard at the hotel. Tjun explains that when he went inside the hotel, the staff had told him that Seong-A went to the emergency room, which frightened him deeply. Seong-A begins to wonder if Tjun rushed here in a hurry just after hearing that and finds it incredibly cute and touching, but she is not sure if she should really be finding this cute or if she should scold Tjun for not being careful with himself. She then hugs him once again, saying that she is totally fine and assuring him that he doesn't have to worry about her anymore. Tjun asks her once again if she is really not hurt anywhere at all. Seong-A looks at him with a gentle smile on her face and confirms that she is well. Tjun is then relieved to hear this and is thankful that she wasn't hurt at all. But then he asks Seong-A why she didn't pick up her phone when he had been trying to call her for so long. This is when it clicks in Seong-A's mind that she hasn't checked for her purse at all because she rushed to the hospital so suddenly. When she checks her bag, Seong-A realizes that she must have dropped her purse at the hotel without noticing. Tjun then takes a deep sigh of relief, thinking about how worried he got after hearing that Seong-A was at the hospital because he truly thought she was hurt or in danger. But it turns out she simply forgot her purse at the hotel while hurrying. Seeing the two lovebirds engage in their conversation so heartfully and closely that they don't even realize they are in a public place, Seok-won finally makes his presence felt. Furthermore, he reminds the two that there are other people here watching them. As a doctor, Seok-won believes it's his responsibility to let them know that this is a hospital and the couple should take their affectionate actions outside. Tjun then turns his attention to Seok-won and says that he heard about what he did and he sincerely thanks him for his efforts in helping save the child. But Seok-won continues to act like a douche, brushing off Tjun's gratitude, telling him whatever, and asking him to leave in a rude and dismissive tone. Tjun then decides to leave with Seong-A, even though she nervously asks Tjun if it is okay for them to leave just like this without saying anything else. 2 days later, Seong-A and Tjun are standing outside the hotel with Prince Jamil. There, Jamil thanks the two for saving Manar's life, speaking with deep emotion and respect. Moreover, he expresses his gratitude as much as he can and tells the two that Al-Ris would be so happy to hear about what they did. Not only that, Jamil also invites the two to come visit Al-Ris on his own accord whenever they wish, making it a very special honor. He then takes his leave politely. Seong-A comments on how it is such a great coincidence that Manar turned out to be Jamil's nephew and that the guardian lady was his younger sister. Taejun then realizes that Jamil must have been talking about meeting with his sister when he said he had to meet someone at the hotel earlier. This prompts Seong-A to realize that Taejun didn't know about this either, and that everything was connected in a surprising way. Meanwhile, Jamil is seen rushing inside the hospital, looking for his nephew, while he is being instructed not to shout since he is in a hospital and must be quiet. Jamil then quickly rushes to Manar's room where he finds his sister, Haya, and begins to comfort her with gentle words. Back at the hotel, the conversation between Taejun and Seong-A continues as Taejun explains that there was a reason why Hya was reluctant to accept help from others. Al-Ris is a country ruled by monarchy. Even though it is a small country, Al-Ris generally has a great future because of its national wealth. Moreover, the betrothed in the royal family is chosen with very strict rules. The partner must meet very high standards of wealth and power, and then the final candidate is chosen and appointed by the king. Haya actually fell in love with a commoner and could not marry him because of these harsh restrictions, so she had no other choices, either obey or flee. So, Haya ended up choosing the second option and ran away. Now, Prince Jamil wants to change things at Al-Ris so he can open the country for Haya to come back freely. Seong-A thinks that Haya's story resonates with her a lot. She remembers how she was also forced to marry Jihoon, but she decided to change her fate by choosing Taejun. Putting her head in Taejun's arms, Seong-A thinks to herself how she would choose Taejun again if she ever gets a chance in another life. Taejun questions Seong-A if it's the day today. Confused, Seong-A has no idea what day he is talking about at first and looks at him with a puzzled expression. Taejun then makes his question clearer and asks if today is the day she is going to go back to the Pyeongchang district. Seong-A gently affirms that it is indeed today that she will be heading there, even though she feels a little nervous inside. Suddenly, a feeling of uneasiness occupies Taejun's heart as he grows worried about Seong-A going back to her old home, and he wonders quietly to himself if it is really necessary for her to do so. Seeing him upset, Seong-A tries to ask if there is something wrong or if something is bothering him. Taejun says that it's nothing serious and mentions that he is just worried about her safety and well-being. With a sweet smile, Seong-A reaches out and softly caresses his cheeks, asking Taejun not to frown over this or he will get wrinkles from worrying too much. She then asks Taejun if he is going to pull all-nighters at work just because she will not be with him. Taejun playfully says that he doesn't know and even mentions that he might actually do that because he will be alone without her. He exaggerates further, joking that he might cry himself to sleep because of how lonely he will feel. Seong-A understands that he is just joking, trying to make her feel lighter, and she thinks about just how caring and thoughtful Taejun really is. She realizes how Taejun noticed that this was an uneasy moment for her, so he decided to lighten things up by throwing a silly joke. She is so happy to see that he always puts her first, even when he himself is not feeling completely okay. Taejun is so loving and caring toward her that it makes Seong-A wonder if she is even deserving of this much affection. Later that day, Seong-A gets out of the car to head inside her home and announces her departure. From his car window, Taejun instructs Seong-A to give him a phone call if anything happens or if she feels uneasy. Seong-A then approaches him and reminds Taejun that she is not a child anymore. Hearing this, Taejun only frowns in worry. Seong-A then realizes that she must head inside now. As she walks away, Taejun looks at her with concern and hopes deeply that nothing wrong will happen. As Seong-A heads inside, she calls out for someone and expects a response but receives none. Then, she climbs up the stairs and heads to her room. Opening the door makes Seong-A realize that she hasn't been here for so long. After taking in the moment, she walks to her bed and takes a long sigh of relief. Then we jump into a flashback where Seong-A is seen talking with her mother on the phone call, speaking softly but with a hopeful tone. There, Seong-A tells her that she will be coming home soon and asks if the entire family will be having dinner together like old times. Seong-A's mother explains that Yoon will be busy and Seong-Gyu seems to have a lot of work on his hands as well. This makes Seong-A realize that these two are just avoiding her again, and she says with a bitter smile that she and her mother are going to be alone once again for dinner. Then, Seong-Gyu is shown speaking up loudly as the phone call continues. He asks why the good-for-nothing girl is coming to this house anyway, speaking in a rude and disrespectful way. Moreover, he mentions that he has to leave for golfing with Mr. Park and that he will not be able to make it to the dinner no matter what. Seong-A's mother is embarrassed and upset to hear her son talking to his own sister like this, so she quickly tells Seong-A that they will talk more once she comes home safely. Coming back to the present, Seong-A lays down on her bed, thinking quietly about how this is her home as well, since she is feeling quite comfortable here, even after so much time away. Just then, there is a knock on her door. Seong-A asks the person to come in, and it turns out to be her mother who has brought tea for her with her own hands. Seong-A notices that her mother is carrying so many things at once and tells her gently that she should have called her instead of carrying everything alone. But her mother says that she should have brought tea sooner and mentions that it's no big deal at all. Seong-A then takes the tray from her mother's hands and places it onto the table as the two sits down comfortably to have a conversation with each other. Just then, Seong-A receives a phone call from Tjun. This prompts her mother to excuse herself politely and say that she will get going since Seong-A seems very busy. But Seong-A quickly stops her mother and tells her that she has already talked about everything with Tjun and that she is not busy at all. After a while, the mother asks Seong-A if her wedding is going to occur in 2 days. Seong-A confirms this, prompting her mother to mention that she is still not fully sure if this is the right choice for her daughter. Seong-A then holds her mother's hand with warmth and assures her that she will be happy and will continue to smile in this marriage no matter what. Seong-A's mother notices how her daughter is still making her feel relaxed and comforted even though she has been wronged her entire life by so many people around her. Moreover, she hopes with her whole heart that this happiness will last and asks Seong-A to promise that she is going to keep on smiling and be happy. With a gentle smile on her face and love in her eyes, Seong-A promises her. As the mother-daughter conversation comes to an end, Seong-A gets up, approaches her mother with slow, gentle steps, and asks if she can sleep in her bed tonight. The mother is confused at first, questioning Seong-A why she has come with such a request all of a sudden out of nowhere. Seong-A says that there is no special reason. Furthermore, she explains in simple words how she heard that many daughters sleep in their mother's bed at least once in their lives, so she wants to try it too, even if it is just for one night. With a proud smile on her face, touched by her daughter's emotion, the mother agrees happily. Later that night, Seong-A and her mother are enjoying some warm, peaceful, quality mother-daughter time together, talking softly, laughing a little, and feeling close in a way they haven't felt for a long time. Moreover, Seong-A says that they should do it again sometime because moments like these are precious. But her mother reminds her with a small laugh that Taejun won't be so happy with this decision since he would definitely want his wife beside him. After a bit of thinking, Seong-A realizes that her mother is right and understands that Taejun might not exactly be happy after hearing that his wife wants to sleep with her mother instead of him. Somewhere else, far away from this warm scene, Jihoon gets out of his car, acting all smirky and full of himself. He appears to be in a very good mood as he proceeds to hand over a document to someone, instructing them to take it to the delivery express and send it right away without wasting a second. He then takes out his phone, remembering what he has to do next on his list. He proceeds to ring up a prosecutor to tell him information about Dae Joo construction. The prosecutor acts all high and mighty with Jihoon, speaking rudely and making Jihoon feel angry and belittled. As soon as he ends the phone call, Jihoon screams at the prosecutor in pure frustration, saying that the man is only sucking up to him because he needs him right now. Jihoon says loudly that if he didn't need the prosecutor, then he would have taught him a lesson by now. Soon, he forces himself to calm down and thinks about what to do next with a serious expression. Realizing that he needs to get this out to the media as well, Jihoon proceeds to ring someone from his contact list. Just then, he gets a jump scare after hearing someone call out for him in anger. As Jihoon turns around, he sees that it's Mangju, and he is absolutely stunned and speechless to see her there. Moreover, Jihoon even questions Mangju how she even found him here. The poor girl starts to scream at Jihoon, calling him a terrible person and asking how he can even think of running away from their marriage. Jihoon tries to come up with an excuse and lies that he wasn't trying to run away at all. Instead, he only wanted to get some fresh air. As expected, Mangju doesn't believe him for even a single second and asks Jihoon if he has any idea how embarrassed she was when she had to cancel the venue for their wedding, something she had planned with so much care. Jihoon is now fed up with Minju's emotional behavior as he goes on to ask her to stop overreacting and making a scene. Moreover, Jihoon tells Mangju that there was nothing serious between them anyway and that they were just two people having fun together without any real future. Hearing this is quite shocking for Mangju, so shocking that she is unable to even stand her ground properly anymore. Not only that, Jihoon goes on to blame Mangju for almost ruining his life, acting like he is the victim. Meanwhile, Mangju is trying to grasp what he is even saying, since it is all very unbelievable and painful for her. So far, she has had an entirely different image of Jihoon in her mind, thinking he was a decent man, but now she is slowly seeing his true, cruel self. Mangju angrily shouts at Jihoon, telling him that he has no right to speak to his future wife like this. Jihoon corrects her harshly, saying that she was his future wife, but that is not the case anymore. Furthermore, to make matters even worse and more heartbreaking, he says that Mangju is nothing to him now and that she should just accept it. Realizing that he is such a scum, Mangju lashes out on Jihoon, saying that now she understands why Seong-A left him after seeing the heartless and disgusting side of Jihoon. Meanwhile, Jihoon believes that Mangju has crossed the line by mentioning Seong-A, so he brutally slaps her, leaving a painful bruise mark on her cheek as she falls back in shock. Just then, a small cat appears in between them, leading Jihoon to a scare and making him jump slightly. Shifting his anger to the poor cat, Jihoon is about to kick the animal, but Mangju quickly steps in, pushes him away, and asks if he is even in the correct state of mind. While trying to push him away, Mangju falls down as well, causing an injury to her knee that makes her wince. Then, the brave little cat proceeds to hiss and jump at Jihoon to make him leave the area. After he finally leaves, Mangju is left alone on the road, smiling ironically, thinking about how she has been so stupid this whole time to not see why Seong-A ditched this monster of a person. Then, the cat approaches Mangju and begins to comfort her, leaving the latter to wonder if she even deserves this much love and kindness from anyone. Somewhere else, Seong-A holds her arms together as she feels a sudden chill run through her body. When Tjun asks if everything is okay, Seong-A reveals that she just felt a sudden chill, but believes that it's because the weather is changing and getting colder now. Tjun asks Seong-A what she wants to do for the day, hoping to hear something that will make her happy. After thinking for a slight moment, Seong-A says that she wants to go and watch a movie. Tjun is surprised and confused as to why Seong-A would want to watch a movie, since in his mind it is a very normal and simple thing to do, nothing fancy or special. Seong-A explains in easy words that watching a movie at home is different, quiet, and private, but watching it in theaters with a crowd is an entirely different experience that she has been wanting to feel again. So, Tjun agrees and immediately says that he is going to book a theater. But Seong-A is now quite familiar with how Tjun usually goes about things, so she asks him directly if he is going to book the entire theater just for the two of them. Tjun confirms this casually, like it is the most obvious answer in the world. But then, Seong-A explains to him kindly that she wants to watch a movie with other people around, with a normal audience, and not alone in an empty theater. Later that night, the two are in a real theater, and it is very busy and full of people talking, buying snacks, and waiting for their shows. Soon, Tjun arrives with purpose, prompting Seong-A to question if he has bought the tickets already. Tjun proceeds to show her the tickets proudly, leading Seong-A to ask which movie the tickets are for. Tjun points out the movie's name, and Seong-A grows excited immediately because this is the movie she has been wanting to watch for some time now. The two then decide to head inside as the show is about to start soon and they do not want to miss anything. Just then, Seong-A notices Seok-won going inside with a bucket of popcorn in his hand. Seok-won notices the couple as well and they all come to a sudden halt, feeling a little awkward. Quickly, Seong-A asks what he is doing here. Seok-won appears to be very awkward during this interaction, as he mentions that it's been a while since they met each other. But Tjun reminds Seok-won that it was only a few days ago that they met and asks Seok-won if that long is considered a while for him. Seong-A then asks Seok-won if he is here to watch a movie, but Seok-won makes an excuse, a stupid one at that. He says that he was just passing by, but none of them are stupid enough to believe him. Taejin even points out that Seok-won was just passing by with a giant bucket of popcorn in his hand in the middle of a movie theater. Just then, a girl appears suddenly, calls out for Seok-won loudly, and tells him to hurry as the show is about to start. Seong-A suddenly remembers that Seok-won did mention a blind date to her earlier and believes that this must be the day he had to go on that blind date. Seok-won then tells Ju-young, his blind date, that they must hurry and get inside before the movie begins, sounding a little flustered. He quickly bids goodbye to Taejun and Seong-A and leaves in a rush. Then, Seong-A suggests to Taejun that they must head inside as well before the show starts. Shortly after, the movie begins, but Taejun doesn't seem interested in it at all. As for Seong-A, her eyes are completely glued to the theater screen as she keeps on eating one popcorn after another, completely focused. Taejun's attention is an entirely different one though. Instead of watching the movie, he keeps staring at Seong-A and quietly laughing to himself because he finds her reactions adorable. Seong-A soon notices this and asks Taejun why he is even smiling since there was no funny scene in the movie yet. Taejun explains that he finds it amusing and cute to see Seong-A being so invested in the movie. Seong-A then tells him to focus on the movie and not on her anymore, trying to sound strict but failing to hide her smile. Just then, someone shouts at the two from behind, asking them to be quiet because they are trying to enjoy the movie too. Taejun continues to look at Seong-A with a smirk while she has no idea what to do because she feels embarrassed. The situation becomes even more awkward for her when Taejun gently reaches for her hand and begins to hold it in a playful, teasing way, slowly moving closer to her. Seong-A whispers and tries to ask what he is doing, but Taejun reminds her in a soft voice to stay quiet since people are trying to watch the movie. Seong-A becomes flustered and completely distracted, and she just decides to let things be because she does not want to create more noise. Taejun continues to tease her affectionately, making her heart race so much that she finds it difficult to focus on the movie anymore. Taejun then leans closer to her and asks why she is not interested in the movie anymore, to which Seong-A quietly thinks to herself that he should already know the reason. Later, the two are walking back to the hotel under the night sky. Along the way, Seong-A mentions that she wasn't able to enjoy the movie at all. Taejun playfully questions her, asking if the movie was really that boring, prompting Seong-A to ask him if he is seriously the one making jokes right now, after everything he did. Just then, Seong-A notices that the cosmos flowers are already in full bloom. Taejun adds with a warm tone, reminding Seong-A how they first met when the cherry blossoms were blooming beautifully everywhere. And now, when the cosmos is blooming, they are already together as a couple. Seong-A wonders aloud where they would have been if they had not met that day. With complete confidence, Taejun says that they would have still found each other and would still be together no matter what. Seong-A is very affected after hearing this heartfelt and confident statement from Taejun. She stares at him with love in her eyes, feeling her heart melt a little, and tells him that he has been very cheesy lately, almost too romantic for her to handle. Suddenly, Taejun squeezes her hand gently but firmly, making her realize that she shouldn't tease him anymore, and he says with a soft smile that they should head home now. The very next day, it is finally the wedding day for Taejun and Seong-A. People in large numbers have gathered to attend this big event as the long-awaited union between KCT and the Dae Joo group is happening exactly as planned. Many guests whisper among themselves because they believe this marriage to be very unpredictable and surprising, yet exciting. Meanwhile, Seong-A is being prepared for the wedding by a group of girls who help her get dressed and ready. Soon, the girls are ready to let Seong-A check herself out. As she looks in the mirror, Seong-A feels like she is a completely different person, almost like she is seeing a new version of herself. The girls then ask Seong-A to go and sit on the couch so her dress won't be ruined before the event starts. Just then, there is a knock on her door as a voice calls out to Seong-A asking if they may come inside. As soon as Seong-A allows it, the door opens and it turns out to be none other than Seok-won. He is absolutely stunned to see Seong-A in her wedding dress as he freezes right at the door. When he finally speaks up, Seok-won questions Seong-A if she is really going to wear that dress at her wedding. Confused, Seong-A asks if there is something wrong with the dress, to which Seok-won says that the dress looks very old-fashioned. However, he quickly tries to soften his comment so it won't sound harsh by saying that the dress is giving off classical vibes instead. Seong-A explains calmly that the dress was handpicked by none other than Dae Joo himself. In the heat of the moment, Seok-won loudly says that Dae Joo must be out of his mind to choose this dress. But he quickly covers his mouth with his hand after saying this and apologizes to Seong-A, explaining that his tongue slipped and he didn't mean to be rude. Seong-A calms him down by telling him that she understands and is not offended. Then Seok-won jokes again, saying that he didn't know Dae Joo was into curtain looks that much. Moreover, he tells Seong-A that she looks very beautiful and emphasizes clearly that he is not lying this time. For this beautiful compliment, Seong-A thanks Seok-won warmly. She then questions Seok-won if he knows where Dae Joo is, asking if he came here alone today. In response, Seok-won says that it is bad luck for the groom to meet the bride before the wedding. He further asks Seong-A if she doesn't know that, sounding almost surprised. Seong-A then says to Seok-won that he must be here with the friend he brought to the theater yesterday. But Seok-won quickly explains that he is only staying in contact with the girl for now and that they are slowly developing their relationship step by step. Furthermore, Seok-won explains that he thought it would be awkward to invite her to such a big and important event so soon, and he decided that they are not that comfortable with each other just yet to attend a wedding together. Then, Seok-won tells Seong-A that she and Dae Joo will make such a great couple and that everyone can see how well they fit together. He even mentions that his friends have been excited for these two to get married because they have already planned to take Dae Joo away for a celebration trip as soon as the wedding is over. However, as he is saying this, Dae Joo enters the room, immediately realizing that this is where Seok-won disappeared to. He then bumps into him lightly and asks what he has been doing here instead of helping. Seok-won explains that they were just talking about him behind his back as usual, like they always do. Dae Joo simply scoffs at this comment and walks straight towards Seong-A, getting behind her and telling her that Seok-won simply never misses a chance to talk nonsense. Meanwhile, Seong-A is lost in her own thoughts, thinking about how she would have never imagined that she could actually be happy wearing a wedding dress like this on her big day. However, she soon realizes that she should stop thinking too much because people might notice how red and flustered she is becoming. Dae Joo then leans closer to Seong-A and quietly tells her that he missed her. Seong-A explains softly that she shares the same feelings and missed him too. Meanwhile, Seok-won is standing there, listening to these two lovebirds acting all affectionate toward one another, rolling his eyes slightly. He reminds the two that they met each other just yesterday and that it hasn't even been that long. Unable to take their sweetness anymore, Seok-won decides that it's enough. He walks up to Dae Joo, grabs him by the arm and says that he is splitting them both apart until the wedding officially takes place. As they are leaving, Seong-A simply laughs, seeing the two men arguing playfully and being so close to each other. Just then, Seong-A's phone begins to ring. However, she is curious and confused to see who it is since she was not expecting a phone call from anyone at this moment. As soon as she picks up the phone call, the guy on the other side sounds relieved that Seong-A still hasn't changed her phone number. Furthermore, the guy says that Seong-A must miss him so much since she picked up the phone so quickly. This comment alone makes her realize that it's Jiune on the other end of the phone call. Jiune then tells Seong-A that this must be her wedding night and says that he has left a wedding gift for her, asking her to look forward to it with a chilling tone. Ending the phone call, Seong-A's heart begins to race with worry as she tries to figure out just what evil and dangerous thing Jiune might be planning now. The event soon begins and the atmosphere becomes bright and lively as everyone turns their attention toward the front. Seok-won heads to the stage, moves in front of the podium with a confident but slightly nervous expression, and asks for everyone to pay attention to him for a moment. He then announces loudly and clearly that the wedding between Seong-A and Dae Joo is about to take place and politely asks all the guests to be seated so the ceremony can begin smoothly. He then proceeds to introduce himself as Jong Seok-won, the master of ceremonies for today's wedding and a close friend of Ki-tae-jun, adding a small smile as he says it. Furthermore, Seok-won announces that they will be beginning the wedding with the candle lighting by the parents, a meaningful tradition. As soon as these ceremonies are done, he warmly welcomes the bride and the groom to the stage. Seok-won says that it's a beautiful autumn day to celebrate such a beautiful occasion and sincerely congratulates the bride and groom from deep within his heart, making many guests smile. Meanwhile, Taejun's parents are absolutely emotional to see that their son is finally getting married today after everything he has gone through. Moreover, Mr. Kai proudly mentions how their daughter-in-law is looking so pretty and elegant as well, expressing genuine happiness. As for Seong-A's parents, they are just there acting strangely distant, almost like ordinary guests instead of the parents of the bride, unsure how to show affection. Meanwhile, Seong-Gu thinks that this wedding event is extremely boring. He just wants to get out of this place quickly. But he has noticed that there are many important businessmen and politicians in this event tonight, and realizes that he would be a fool to miss out on such an opportunity. Moreover, he remembers how Jiune has already fled to the States and believes that the goddess of luck is finally on his side today. Meanwhile, back at the stage, all the ceremonies are done, the vows have been made, and Seok-won proudly declares Taejun and Seong-A as husband and wife. Moreover, he asks the groom to kiss the bride now, causing everyone to cheer quietly. As soon as the two are about to lock lips with one another, someone suddenly barges inside the venue, catching everyone's attention instantly. They are all deeply concerned about the loud and strong noise they just heard. The security tries to stop these men from entering, telling them firmly that they are not allowed to enter like this during a wedding. However, the guy pushes the security aside and instructs them to stay back, warning that they can be arrested for obstruction of justice. Yoon tries to get his men to stop this infiltrator from moving any further, but strangely, no one is doing anything to stop him. The infiltrator then walks straight up to Seong-Gu and comes to a sudden halt in front of him. With an annoyed and irritated tone, Seong-Gu asks the man what's up and why he is interrupting at such an important moment. The man then calmly but firmly reveals that he is from the Special Investigation Department of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, making his identity completely clear while also showing his official badge in a very serious manner. Furthermore, the agent from the department tells Seong-Gu that he is being arrested on the charges of embezzlement, tax evasion, bribery, and assault, explaining each charge in a clear and formal tone so that everyone around can understand. Yoon tries to argue with the agent, saying that they cannot just barge in here like this and arrest important personnel from the event, especially during a wedding ceremony. However, the agent warns Yoon to stand back immediately, mentioning that he can be arrested as well for obstruction of justice if he keeps interfering. The agent then asks his men to take Seong-Gu away. As they try to do so, Seong-Gu continues to resist, threatening the guy and warning him to drop him right now, acting as if he still has some kind of power. He continues to shout loudly while everyone else simply stands there, watching everything unfold right in front of their eyes in complete shock. Eventually, the men warn Seong-Gu to stop resisting, or else they will have no choice but to place him in handcuffs. Seong-Gu continues to shout for his father to do something to help him, but Yoon is simply stunned by the moment and unable to think. After Seong-Gu is taken away, Yoon turns to Kang and asks him to do something, instructing him not to just stand there frozen like a statue. However, Kang is stunned as well while on the phone call. It is then revealed that Dae Joo construction has been infiltrated by the department as well at the same moment, and they are gathering all the evidence that they can possibly find. Yoon questions Kang why he is not saying something or taking action, to which the latter reveals that he is afraid they can't do anything about this matter but watch things unfold helplessly. Yoon is still unable to believe that such a shocking thing would happen to them. He believes that he has been paying these judges and prosecutors so much money for years and they are present at this event as well. So he believes that they would surely help them when needed. As expected, it does not happen, and all the judges and prosecutors whom Yoon has paid all his life run away instantly, trying to avoid trouble. Yoon is now in a state of disbelief and has no clue what to do anymore. He simply cannot fathom the fact that his son was arrested right in front of his eyes and he could not do a thing about it. Eventually, things get a bit too much for Yoon to handle. He tries his best to control himself, but to no avail, as he loses his balance, goes unconscious, and drops to the ground suddenly. Quickly, Seong-A's mother rushes to Yoon in worry. The entire group of people who came to Taejun's wedding are now quickly leaving in a hurry, realizing with fear and panic that justice might get to them as well, especially because many of them have also done shady things in the past, so they believe it is only beneficial for their own safety if they leave right now without wasting even a single extra moment. Meanwhile, Seong-A is in a state of complete disbelief as she drops the bouquet she has been holding on to for so long, letting it fall to the floor without even noticing. She wonders with deep shock and confusion if this terrible moment is the wedding gift Ji-hoon was talking about earlier. As for her mother, she is still trying her best to wake Yoon up, shaking him gently and calling his name again and again. Soon, Seong-A quickly rushes to her mother, seeing that she is at a total loss for words. Her mother cannot believe that such a horrible thing would happen to her family in the matter of a few minutes and that they would fall apart like this when everything seemed fine just moments ago. Taejun follows Seong-A, and along the way he asks his men not to just stand there uselessly and to call an ambulance immediately. Just then, Taejun's parents approach him and say that they need to talk to him urgently. Soon, Taejun's father explains to him that he should seriously reconsider his marriage now, even though it is their wedding day. Taejun rages and asks his father if he really understands what he is saying right now. Without arguing any further, his father simply asks Taejun to get this sorted out quickly and to make sure that this matter does not get out to the press because it could damage their reputation. Moreover, the father tells Taejun not to delay this matter anymore and to break off his wedding as soon as possible before things get worse. Taejun tries to argue, but to no avail. Soon, his mother approaches him quietly and apologizes to him since she cannot help him in this situation either, even though she wishes she could. Taejun is then left there, standing alone, wondering what to do next. Seong-A approaches Taejun and softly asks if everything is fine with him. Taejun assures her that everything is good, trying to hide the pain. However, Seong-A points out how she noticed Taejun engaging in a tense and serious conversation with his father. Taejun has no other choice now but to tell the truth, so he explains to her that his father wants him to break off his marriage with her. Moreover, Taejun quickly assures Seong-A not to worry about it at all since he will not let such a thing happen by any means. This is when Taejun receives a shocking response from Seong-A, who gently stops him from taking things any further. She tells Taejun that his father is right and that pushing ahead with the wedding at this point will not help either one of them. Taejun cannot believe Seong-A would be on the same page as his father and asks her what she means. Without giving him a response, Seong-A excuses herself gently, saying that she needs to go to the hospital right now and apologizes to Taejun for leaving him alone here in such a stressful moment. She then asks Taejun softly if he will be able to wrap things up here while she is gone. Taejun doesn't respond at all as his heart grows heavier by the second. He slowly let go of Seong-A's hand and she then turns around and runs off in a hurry. Clenching his fists tightly, Taejun turns his attention to the others and tells them firmly to keep their mouths shut, saying that they are going to handle this matter as soon as possible and keep things under control. But they all know deep inside that no one can stop this news from getting out anymore. The very next minute, this becomes a breaking news story as the media begins to broadcast it everywhere to everyone. The news gets out that Yoon Seung-gyu, who is also the CEO of Dae Joo Construction, has been arrested 3 days ago at the wedding between Ki Taejun and Yoon Seong-A, which would have marked an alliance between KCT Group and Dae Joo Group. Moreover, the media is constantly trying to interview Seung-gyu to get some information from him. After a few days go by, recordings and proof of a double ledger are received, which were sent by an anonymous insider. At the hospital, Seong-A's mother is watching this painful and heartbreaking news while her husband lies on the deathbed. Nothing seems to be going their way at all, and it feels like they have been jinxed very badly. Seong-A then asks her mom to stop watching the TV as the news is getting very boring and stressful, to which her mother agrees. Moreover, Seong-A reveals that according to the doctors, Yoon's health is fine and he should wake up soon enough. She then peeks out of the room and sees that the reporters and the journalists are still lurking out there. They have been there for 3 days since the wedding between Tjun and Seong-A was called off. As for Dae Joo Construction stocks, they have been declining badly and all affiliates of Dae Joo Group have been hitting new lows daily. For the last 3 days, the front page of the newspaper has been constantly printed with the news of Seong-A getting arrested and the calling off of the wedding between Tjun and Seong-A. Yoon is in an unconscious state and people have been waiting for power at Dae Joo due to the absence of their boss. It's not just that though. The media has been keeping tabs on every move that the Yoon family has been making, which only increases the pressure. Seong-A eventually begins to feel like she is suffocating here. However, Taejun and Seok-won have been helping them, and no outsider is allowed inside their room. Seong-A's mother asks her if she has been staying in contact with Taejun. When Seong-A confirms, her mother says that she is very grateful for him helping them during tough times. She then suggests to Seong-A that they head home as she needs to talk about something with her. As the taxi takes Seong-A and her mother to their home, they get out carefully while covering themselves with the masks and hats so as not to catch anyone's attention, moving slowly and quietly because they do not want neighbors or reporters to recognize them. It turns out that before coming here, Seong-A actually went to Seok-won's hospital and politely asked a nurse there to bring some masks and hats for them so they could hide their identities a little. The nurse, however, apologizes to Seong-A, saying softly that they aren't allowed to do that because it goes against hospital rules. Thankfully, Seok-won arrived there just in time and stepped in to help, asking Nurse Kim to help out just this once. Seok-won further emphasized that this girl here is his friend, a very precious friend, and kindly asked Kim to do this small favor for his sake. After thinking for a moment, Kim finally agreed, saying that she is only doing it because Seok-won is asking her personally. As she proceeded to leave, Seong-A thanked Seok-won sincerely, who then told her not to thank him and instead buy him lunch sometime when things get better. Seong-A promised him with a smile that she would do so someday for sure. As soon as the mother and daughter duo walk up to their home, they immediately notice that the entrance door is wide open, leaving both of them extremely concerned and frightened. As soon as they head inside, they are shocked to see that the house is completely destroyed. Mr. Lim, the caretaker, is trying his best to collect all the debris when Seong-A and her mother walk in. They quickly question Lim about what happened here. In response, Lim reveals that the men from the prosecutor's office were here earlier. He reveals that he tried to stop them but to no avail, as he was too powerless to stop them all by himself. Seong-A then approaches Lim and thanks him with a gentle smile, appreciating his effort even though he could not prevent the damage. She then proceeds to get on her knees and begins to pick up the broken pieces of glass from the ground. Lim and Seong-A's mother both try to stop her immediately, saying that she might hurt herself in the process. However, Seong-A argues that they have to clean this place up no matter what, and says that they would be done in no time if they work together. Seong-A's mother agrees, saying that her daughter is right and proceeds to clean up the place as well. Lim then joins the two without hesitation. While she is cleaning up, Seong-A wonders deeply what she is supposed to do now, as everything has turned on its head, even her relationship with the only person she ever loved. Shortly after, the three are finally done cleaning the entire house as best as they can. Seong-A's mother then tells Lim gently that he should call it a day and rest, and says that she now needs to discuss some personal matters with her daughter. Lim thanks her sincerely and proceeds to take his leave quietly. Seong-A's mother then tells her daughter that they must head upstairs now. As the two sits together on the couch, they begin to have some warm tea to calm their nerves. There, the mother expresses to Seong-A that she has been working so hard lately and dealing with so many painful situations. But Seong-A says that it is actually her mother who is doing all the hard work and that she herself didn't do anything important. Just then, Seong-A recalls that her mother wanted to discuss something serious with her earlier and decides to ask what it is. The conversation suddenly becomes heavy because the mother gently puts down her cup of tea to speak properly. Firstly, she tells Seong-A not to take anything she says the wrong way and to listen calmly. She then asks Seong-A if she still has the money she gave her a while ago. Seong-A confirms that she still has the money and questions her mother why she is suddenly asking about it. The mother then suggests to Seong-A that she take the money and leave this country for good. Seong-A is surprised and emotional to hear her mother bring this up again. Even so, the mother continues and tells Seong-A that she just wants her to be at peace for the first time in her life. Seong-A argues softly that she is totally fine, but her mother believes otherwise. She knows deep in her heart that her daughter is not okay at all. She even mentions how Seong-A has had to suffer hardships her entire life and believes that it would be good for her to go abroad and forget about everything that has ever happened to her in this country. She wants Seong-A to pretend like nothing happened and just leave with the money and enjoy the rest of her life freely. The mother reminds Seong-A that nothing good has ever happened to her since she joined this family. She even emphasizes the fact that KCT will be cutting ties with Dae Joo group as well, so there is nothing they would want to do with her anymore, not even Tjun. The mother argues that she cannot bear watching Seong-A go through hell once again like she did before. She understands that it was because of her own neglect that Seong-A faced those hardships, but she wants to redeem herself by making the right decision for her daughter now. Meanwhile, Seong-A understands that it might actually be good for her to start a new life abroad where she can finally be happy. However, she worries deeply about Tjun. The mother continues convincing Seong-A that she must leave for her own sake and for Tjun's future as well. Seong-A knows her mother is right, but her heart simply won't accept the idea of leaving her life with Tjun behind. Just then, Seong-A receives a phone call. The guy on the other end reveals that his name is Kim Min-soo and that he is the secretary of Ki Seung-chul. He politely asks her if she has a moment for him. Meanwhile, Seong-A is surprised and confused to receive this phone call as she tries to figure out why Seung-cheol's secretary is calling her at such a time.